Okay. Welcome, everyone, to the animation workshop. My name is Lottie. I am the head of studies, or associate dean, if you want, at the Bachelor Program in Animation. I obviously want to welcome all the potential applicants to our educations, but I really want to welcome the parents, especially because I want to thank you for supporting your children in considering a career in the creative industries. A lot of young people struggle a lot to convince, especially family members and friends, that these can actually be careers. But trust me when I say that I came to the animation workshop 2 years ago from a more than 20-year career in the creative industries, and it is very much a job. It is very much a career. You can make a living, you can make a good living even, you can work across the world. There are hundreds of thousands of artists working across the world in these industries. They create anything that you watch on TV or in films. They make Star Wars, Toy Story, Paw Patrol, Peppa Pig, anything that you may have watched with your children at one point or watched yourselves. So these are very actual real jobs that we educate for. So thank you very much for supporting your children in considering this. We have a very packed program for you today. Presentations of the different educations, the Bachelor Programs, which is the Bachelor Program in Computer Graphic Arts, in Character Animation and Graphic Storytelling. We're also presenting Visuel HF for those of you that are on an earlier path in your career choices. And then we have presentations of our courses from the Drawing Academy. And then we have Q&As over in Hygni, which is across the yard over here. So if you have any individual questions about applications or studying or anything else related, the counselors will be sitting over there. There are portfolio reviews happening also for those of you that need a portfolio review because you're that far ahead in your application process. There are live drawing classes, and then there are obviously tours of the school and the premises and also of Camp Lucas, which is accommodation possibilities close by. So lots of things happening here today. And I won't take too much of your time because now we got started a little bit late today. But I just want to briefly say, obviously I represent the Bachelor in Animation program. So speaking specifically to the bachelor degrees. And this is also relevant for those of you considering Visuel HF if you are considering making these longer choices for you. Our educations here is a professional bachelor program. So you get a professional bachelor degree. And that means that we educate for specific jobs. So when you are listening to the talks, and I will leave it up to our fantastic staff to speak in detail about the different educations on the bachelor program, but I strongly encourage you to listen to all of them, because you may have already thought, oh, I want to be a character animator, I want to study on graphic storytelling, or I want to do this and that. But you need to listen to the details, both on what the education is, and also what you will become at the end. Because we are not, our bachelor programs is not an art school. So you will not be coming here and drawing whatever you want all the time in your own style. If you go here and you study character animation, you will draw on model. You'll be drawing the same thing over and over and over and over and over again, even if you like it or not. You'll be working in 3D animation also, even if you really hate technology and think you just want to work in 2D. But it is because it's skills that you need to get jobs afterwards. So we are very focused on where you will end up at the end. So I really encourage you to listen very carefully to the programs, to what the coordinators are explaining, and then also to do your research so that you pick the right thing. You apply for the right education and not just the one you think is the right for you. And other than that, I don't have a whole lot to say, other than I think it's amazing that there are so many of you here, even the ones above us that can't ask any questions right now. We need bigger premises, for sure, but we are a very small community. And we are also a very small community on a day-to-day basis. It's one of the things that makes us very special and makes us very strong, is that we are small, we're close, we help each other a lot. So welcome to our little family today, and I hope you have a great day and a good experience. And then I'll leave it up to Morten.
Wow. How many are parents? That's nice. How many are potentially coming applicants? Yeah, awesome. Great. So, how many are not from Denmark? Good. I'll keep to English then. Yeah. So I just wanted to first off just let you know that of course, for those of you who bring your portfolio, there's review sessions based on which type of education that you would like to pertain to. And outside the rooms, there's like a sign-up sheet if you want to have some feedback on your portfolios. So once we're done with all the talks, you can go out there and put your name up if you not have, like you might already have done that. Secondly, I want to say, you know, like Hyggni, or like the place where we met up, there's also our study counselor. We also got some students for like Q&A things that, you know, questions that you might have. I will also roam around once I'm done with all this talking. And so it's just that if you have questions that you kind of didn't get to ask in here, then go down there and find somebody to ask questions. All right? I can be in front of the microphone. I can do that. All right. Okay. So I'm going to talk a little bit about the education we call computer graphic artist, and I'm also going to talk about the education we call character animator. And before I actually start the individual presentations, I just wanted to talk a little bit about what is the difference before we get into it. Yes, again. So the difference between the two is basically, if you are an animator, like if you're thinking of becoming an animator, then what your interests are is that you like to make characters come alive. So basically you like to express a character. You're sort of a mix between an actor, where you like to dive into a character, and you are also an artist who like to figure out how can I express a character to express a certain feeling or a certain mood. If you are a CG artist or a computer graphic artist, your interest lies kind of like both in creating the character, not expressing it, but kind of like creating the design and form of the character. You are also interested in the whole room around the character. So where does the character live? What buildings are they living in? And that's sort of like the main interests. Like you are interested in design and creating cool environments, in modeling, and you're interested in creating characters, but you're not animating them, because that's what the character animators are doing. That's like the main difference. But now we're going to go into the more in-depth presentation of each, but it's just to, like, when you have to think about what type of education that you might want to attend, then those are some of the key differences. Okay. Where do we have? All right. So this is a picture from one of the third-year movies that was done in a real-time engine called Unity. And and basically to talk a little bit about this place. First and foremost, I want to talk about how we arrange the teaching here, because we do that a little, like often you would see at universities that they have on-staff teachers. So all the teachers are often from the university, and then once in a while you have somebody come in and give a talk. Here it's a little bit the opposite, in the sense that we have some on-staff teachers, but we don't have a lot. A lot of our teaching basically comes from people who work in the industry to come to teach here for 1 to 2 weeks, sometimes 3 weeks at a time, and then they go back to their regular job. And what that brings is that, first of all, it brings contact to what's sort of happening in the industry. We also bring people in that comes with a lot of practice and knowledge, which hopefully kind of transpires into those who are being taught. And also it creates context, and it kind of keeps us on top of what's happening and also in the areas that we teach. And the reason why they come is you, because the students that we have here are normally quite inquisitive, curious, wants to have knowledge, and sometimes they even use their vacation just to come here to teach, because they like the place. And the reason why they like the place is because of the students, because these are the persons that they spend the most time with. And I'm pretty proud to say that, because I don't think that is necessarily a thing that happens on every university. I mean, we're not a university, but we are somewhat like that. But it happens here. You've already seen it. We are located in the old military barracks in Viborg. Yeah, I just like the fact that it used to be soldiers, and now it's full of creative people. It's nice. We have a school day that runs from 9 to 4, and that's no joke. In a regular university, what you would have is you would have lectures. You would go home, you would go to different lectures, then you would go home and study. That was what I did when I was at university. But here you kind of come into a classroom, and then you're there from 9 to 4 every day, where there's a teacher in the room teaching you a certain subject. Like it says, we have classroom lectures and hands-on practice. We jump that one. It is also an international environment, as you can also probably guess from the people who raised their hands in terms of not doing this talk in Danish. About 50, sometimes it's 40, of the students here are international students, which gives it's just great. Like, it just gives such great life to this place, that we are a mix of all kinds of people coming from all kinds of places. We try to have a good study life going on. There's evening croquis. There's also a lot of sort of student-run activities. They can be board game cafes, it can be volleyball. We also try to make people once in a while kind of like do a class dinner. We have a place over there where you can do that, and just basically try to make an environment where something is also happening when we're not in class, but where we have spare time. Each class is built around that each student has a work desk where there is a computer, and this is like where you'll be working. And the good thing with that, with actually having the computer, is that we can make sure that they're set up, they work, and that they have the appropriate software for what you're going to be using later on in your professional life. when you're a computer graphic artist, the focus is on making mostly 3D assets and mostly on like a 3D production pipeline. And I think the best way to show that is by showing some different projects that we've done. So this is a project from the first semester in computer graphic arts. It's called the Environment Project. And the idea with the Environment Project is that we want you to design an environment. And you'll be given a theme in this, and here the theme is Star Wars. So imagine that you had to create a type of environment in Star Wars. And you have to take it from like the first sort of 2D design phases. So you kind of have to draw, make some mock-ups of how you want that environment to look like. And then we want you to take it into 3D. So giving it a three-dimensional shape, which in 3D land means that you have to model your environment. You have to give it textures and color. You also have to put up some lights so we can see the scene where it's working. And your lights also maybe have to convey a certain mood, whether it's dark or gloomy or bright. And that's the process that we would like you to practice. Because when you are a computer graphic artist, this is the process that you'll go through again and again and again and again in different types of scenarios with different types of assignments. So this was the final design for this environment. And now I will show you a reel that just shows you what happens from the final 2D design that was drawn until it's a finished 3D product. Yeah. So actually maybe we just do a little bit of CG lingo. So you saw the design, then did you see the image with, like where there was no kind of textures on it, but you just saw a lot of lines? It's basically what we call topology, and that's the modeling process of it. Once it got colors and materials, and you could see that it looked like metal, that's what we call the texture and shading part. And then in the end, we have a part called compositing that just sort of makes the whole thing go and nice and yeah. And also, I think actually, because I kind of thought about it, like so what do CGs actually do? Like if you were really crude about it, then CGs, computer graphic artists, they make environments and they make characters and then they make what we call props. And props can be anything from an axe to a microphone to a table. Characters, you know, like can be creatures, or it can be persons like you or cartoony characters. And then they make what we call sets, which this is kind of like, you know, like big environments that can work in all kinds of, it can be VFX movies, it can be animation movies, it can also be games. So, to be even more nerdy, then the environment project is actually in a particular kind of modeling that's called hard surface modeling. Whereas when you do characters, which this next project is about, this is called the biped character that you also do in first year. We look into much more organic modeling, and we use different tools for that. And this is one of them. I can't remember how long it is, but it's I think it's 4 or 5 weeks. I'm not sure. Maybe it's less. But this is called the biped project. And here the idea is, again, we go by the full pipeline. With this project, however, we don't go into texturing and shading. We just go the modeling and sculpting route. And we have the design part of making a character. And then we have to take that character from something that's drawn and then make it into 3D and make sure that that character that we draw in 2D actually works, and we can see that that is the same character that we made in 3D. You might think that that is like, how should that's not that hard. It is. Because there's a lot of things when you draw things that looks different once it gets 3D volume. But let's try and see that one. Oh yeah, that's all right. Oh yeah, sorry. Yeah, it's gonna go back. There we go. All right. Really like that you clap. I appreciate, even though the student might not be here, I'm pretty sure it reaches them on some kind of level. Yeah. So these two projects that we just saw, they were like from first year, like from first and second semester. I am a coordinator for the second year, and so this project is happening on second year, and I know that pretty well. But basically, this is again a character, a project, again to show the full pipeline that is built around making a creature in 3D. And basically the idea is to make a creature that has some realism in it in terms of how it's textured. So it can't just be flat, like it can't just be one color. It has to kind of look like something that could sort of have the same kind of like details that we find in reality, which is a different kind of job than making something that's completely flat, which is also hard. It's just hard in a different way. Yeah, just want to show that too. I think if you make these notes from when you get home, kind of like, so what do you do as a computer graphic artist? You say, I concept, I model, I texture, I shade, I render, I light, and I comp. If you get that, then you know what you're going to be doing over and over again at this place. And you just become better every time. But that's kind of like, we always sort of go through that one, because that's what you do as a computer graphic artist. Another thing, we're going to talk more about that when we get to present the character animation. But basically, we also have, actually, before I did this talk, I had an idea that I would put in an extra slide, and I was looking for end credits on movies, and then I watched the Way of the Water, like Avatar. And if you stay for, I think I kind of counted it as like, I think it's like 6 or 7 minutes from when the movie have ended, then there's like the end credits of all who've been involved in that movie. And it just means that, and what you can read out of that is that you can't make it alone. Like, there's just no way that you can make these movies alone. And even smaller scale movies, it's really hard to make alone. Which means that if we are an education that should take ourselves seriously, then we have to have collaboration in our education, because so much of everything that you'll be doing once you get out in the world, I mean, you are in the world here, but there's also a world after, that is collaboration. Like, you gotta learn how to collaborate with each other. And also, and that goes both from like the interpersonal things, but it also comes from, I'm doing this, but I have to deliver this to the next guy or girl in line. What do they require? What do they need? So collaboration is such a huge thing, and it's so important. And that's why we have quite a few collaborative projects here at TAW. We have one called the Short Film Project on first year. We have a second year project, and we have a semester-long project on third year. Gonna talk a little bit more about that. So on third year, because now we're sort of done with first and second, on third year, the first 2 years of this education, at least as it currently is, you should see as a place where we basically make your, like, we give you the basics. Like, we give you a run through that pipeline that I just mentioned a few times, and then hopefully by the end of second year, you are not an expert of any field, but you have the knowledge of the most important parts of the pipeline. Then the idea is that when you go to third year, we have more sort of elective and specialization time where you can, pursue a certain path of these different sort of pipeline steps. And some of you might want to, be a master of them all. Some of you might want to be a master of a particular field, and sort of to try to make sure that you have also some room to at least get started on that. We have some specialization in individual electives. We also have a practice about working with an outside director who comes from the Danish, there comes more, but there's more directors from the Danish Film School. They have basically like an animation director education, and we bring them here so students here can also practice working with a director coming from the outside, because that sort of also resembles what you'll be doing in real life. And then we have our own one semester film production, which can be a short film or a game or a VR production. And then after that, you go on internship for 3 to 4 months, where we of course where we help you with that internship process, but where you also an integral part of it, writing applications to different internship companies, and then we help you out also trying to find them. We also are helping you with making the deal with the internship companies, and hopefully the internship and your aspirations in terms of what you want to be as an artist matches. Because these companies are all very different. For example, Ghost VFX, where I used to work, that's a VFX company, like they do effects for sort of more like TV series and Hollywood movies, whereas Cyber Games, they do games, and they do more games towards cell phones and stuff like that. So, and based on who you are as an artist, we want to match you. So the company that you go to kind of matches what you also wish to do as an artist. And then after that, you are basically done with the education. There is a bachelor paper that you have to write, and you come here, and we have you come back after your internship, and we have a lot of we invite a lot of companies to come and do recruiting and do talks, and but that kind of sort of forms it, and then suddenly you are out there on your own, and it's gonna be all fine. A little mention of different career paths. So Kasper has, for example, had a career path where he has been mainly doing 3D modeling and texturing for games. And that's how he earns his money, and hopefully also have a good life doing it. There's a lot of different sort of VFX artists. Niels Peter has been at ILM. Matthias, I'm not sure about. I know Will Folliger has been in Germany at a company. The big company in Germany. Like the one that does a lot of VFX. Yeah, all right, yes. I can't remember the name of it. Asger Langhoff is currently in a Danish company, which is in Copenhagen, called Bacon X. And they do a lot of sort of VFX-y stuff. And VFX basically means somebody has been out shooting some live action with real actors, and then you put in 3D stuff to make it look more impressive and better. Esben Lash, who was a part of my very first class, is a concept artist and illustrator, and has been working for Riot Games, and is today freelancing and still doing a lot of work for them. Also doing teaching, by the way. Yeah, and that is very shortly what the computer graphic artist education is about. We have 7 minutes and 10 seconds for questions. So do you have any questions towards that? Yeah.
Which softwares do you mainly use for this course?
So currently it's Maya as sort of the main sort of pipeline tool for texturing. For sculpting it's ZBrush. For texturing it's Substance and Mari, and for compositing it's Nuke. And then of course we have the After Effects or like the Adobe package. So there's Photoshop and After Effects and Premiere for assembling all the editing. Yeah.
Can you repeat the questions for the YouTube people?
Yes. So the question was, what kind of softwares do we use at the school? And should I repeat it then?
No, just for the future questions.
Yeah, cool. All right. Any more questions? Yes?
This question sort of applies to this program and the animation program, I suppose.
Yeah.
If one has already done a Bachelor of Arts program that sort of focuses on animation a little bit, but couldn't apply to this due to exceptional circumstances, would they be able to apply to the Bachelor programs here as well? Is that the right question to ask you, or should I ask someone else?
I think it might be a question that we should also ask the study counselor, because I would like to say the right thing, and I'm not sure I'm gonna. So, yeah. All right. Any more questions? All right. Cool.
Oh, purely practical.
Yeah.
Will these slides become available online later, or any plans for that?
I think we could. I can check that out. They contain no secret.
Normally we would leave this because it's being streamed to YouTube, and you can find the link on our website.
Okay.
The video will not stay up forever. I think normally a couple of days. But at least tomorrow you should be able to sort of, if there's something you didn't catch, you can recap it.
And what can you repeat the question?
Yes. So the question was whether the presentations that we just did and the following presentations will be available online, and I think we can make them available online, but also on YouTube we have the whole presentation where you can revisit it and see all the talking that I've done. Yeah. All right. Any more questions? Okay, cool. Then what's the time actually? It's when do we start again?
We start again in 10 minutes at 5 to 3.
Yeah, 5 to 3. We talk about the character animation line. All right. Thank you. All right. Okay, everybody. Welcome back. Did you dare to leave your seat or did you just stay fixed? Yeah, makes sense. Okay, so the next education that I will be presenting is the character animation line. And as I started with before, CGs, computer graphic artists, create, at least in 3D, the characters and the environments around the characters. But they don't bring the characters to life. That's what animators do. It's such an awesome process because when you just look at something and you kind of like, you model it in a still pose and it's like this, like it's, you know, like it looks cool, it's fine. But when it comes to life and it starts to move, that's where, I don't know, shit hits the fan. Like that's where it really gets great. And yeah. So as the computer graphic artist line, this is also a 3.5 year professional bachelor degree program. And basically it's divided sort of roughly in this way. First year is animation in 2D, which means that you either draw on paper or you draw using Photoshop, a program called TV Paint, or Toon Boom. Second year is learning how to animate in a 3D software like Maya. Those are the hugest difference. And third year is a more sort of optional in the same way as it is for computer graphic artists. So on first year, what we are looking into and practicing is capturing movement and acting of the character. It's 2D traditional and digital animation, so TV Paint and Toon Boom. And maybe the best way to show it is by watching a reel, which we're going to do now.
it's hard for me to keep track sometimes because he has so many friends.
So, as you see, there's a lot of different sort of exercises, and in animation there's also a lot of different animation principles. And to be honest, I'm no expert of these, but for example, there's things about that you always have to keep the shape of your character while at the same time squeezing it and stretching it. So we recognize that it's the character, but still we can, emphasize particular things. So if you land on the ground, for example, there's weight distribution in your body. And all of these things we practice again and again. And in 3D it's so easy, because when you have a character and you want to see it from a different angle, we just turn the camera. There it is. In 2D, you have to draw it. And I'm so impressed that people can do that, because I for sure can't. But there's a lot of practicing in that, and then there's a lot of practicing in how to communicate particular emotions and how to communicate movement. A lot of exercises in that in the beginning of the first year. The other part of it is, like when we talked about computer graphic artists, where there's modeling and there's rendering and there's like all these kind of things. Well, the same thing happens in animation. It's just a different process. The process is in 2D often that you sort of start thumbnailing, making roughs. After that, your process is to, making a more precise sort of line drawing. And then once you kind of have your pose and your line drawing, you start doing the cleanup and the in-betweening. So in animation, for example, you don't like let's say you have 3 seconds of animation. You don't start, and 1 second consists of 24 pictures, for example. You don't start making, picture 1, picture 2, picture 3. You start making kind of like the overall most important poses that your character go through in those 3 seconds. And then after that, you sort of go in and sort of start make the poses that are in between, going from one extreme pose to the next extreme pose. And we have a little bit of things that also show that process. So CG's venture through computer graphics venture through the pipeline on first year, so do animators. But animators, they practice this pipeline plus all the exercises of how to communicate a character in terms of shape, expressions, movement, all that. Then on second year, a radical change will happen. Because where you before were drawing, either with your Wacom pen or with your pencil, you are now given an excavator in the sense. Like you have an excavator, there's like you pull some things in it and then it will move and it will turn. Where it's kind of the same thing with a 3D character. That instead of drawing, you handle a set of controls. And now you have to use all your knowledge of animation principles and maneuver all those handles to make your character express emotions or express whatever it's intended, and to move, to run, to climb. And the principles are the same, but the steering wheels are whole different. Like, because you're used to your pencil or you're used to your waycomes, and then suddenly it's more about, okay, I'll pull this arm up here, and then what happens, and setting keyframes. It's a whole different thing, and you're in a 3D software as opposed to being in a more 2D orientated software. It can look something like this.
Watch out!
Oh, we have guests here. How exciting. Hello, hello. Welcome to my cave.
Sorry, are you okay?
Yeah, so you're still doing the same thing, using the same animation principles, but you are your ways are just totally different, because you are controlling a character like a puppet, as opposed to using pencils. Okay, on third year, it's very much the same as as you do on the computer graphic artist on third year. So you have a specialization in individual electives, and that might be doing more animation assignment. It also might be that you want to go down an avenue of looking into new upcoming animation software. It can be many things. You have a collaboration with the Danish Film School, with a director from the Danish Film School, where you are going to produce something for their movie. And then there's the 1 semester film production, where the CGA, like the computer graphic artist, and the animators join forces and make something together. And that can both be a short film, it can be a game or a level in a game, a VR production, or something of that sort. As I mentioned before, when we did the computer graphic artist presentation, we have also shared projects. And it's really important with these projects. I can only say that again. Collaboration is a huge thing in this industry, because it's very rare that you can make a whole movie alone. Like, maybe if it's a character with a white background and one line, it's kind of like, maybe that can work. But other than that, like, as soon as it gets a little more complex, it's you need to work together. And working together, and I actually think here at TAW, because you're working together, you're also new artists, you're also friends, and at the same time you kind of need to have roles like directors and producers to actually make your collaboration function. And I think students here are doing a great job of that, because it's actually quite complex to make a good collaboration. And we practice it because, so it's both about how do you approach, like how do you organize your time and your job. It's also about how do you make sure that everybody kind of knows what everybody else should know, you know, like the communication aspect of it. It's also about reading other people, kind of like, how are you today? How is it going? Are there frustrations? Are there not? Like, there's a lot of things in collaboration. It's also about that you know where all the files are. Like, where's the latest animation? you kind of have to know that by having a good structure about how you work. So there's a lot of things in it, and it's a huge complex, but it's so important to learn, because out there you're gonna be sitting in groups where there's dailies every morning, and you're gonna say, okay, so what do we have to show today? And then there's gonna be sitting a lead director or a lead creative and say, okay, let's look at it and give comments, and then you take comments, and then you go back. So this thing about getting used to that by showing your work, by communicating to producers, all of these things are so important. And if you master it, people will love you when you get out there, because it's so, for them, like for leads and for producers, like I used to be a line producer, and I really appreciated that people knew how to communicate and, you know, say their piece, and that you always could find what they were doing and all these kind of things. So this is just really important to practice, and it is a thing here. So you're gonna have to collaborate. It's just it's not an option not to. Just saying.
Now, how do butterflies get their color? Well, you see, every summer they all have to choose one flower. Some like blue, or maybe pink is their hue. There's yellow for some, and green for others. Or maybe tiger stripes is your favorite color. Now, perhaps that's not the one. I've heard polka dots are fun. When they all have chosen, they throw a ball. Oh, and look, there's one that picked them all.
Yeah, so that was the group project that you do on first year. Actually, you do one right when you start first year, called the Jam project, which is kind of like you just get in there and then you start jamming. But we're not showing that. But this is the one that you do sort of towards the end of the second semester, and it's called the short shot. Then when you get on second year, like actually right after the winter holidays, we're starting up again on this project. This is some of them that has been done earlier. And the second year project consists of making a 2D or 3D commercial short film. And often, it always involves a client of some sort. In the last 2 years, it's been the Viborg Animation Festival who's been using the movies. And then when we have the festivals, they've been screening it both on social media and at the different places where the event happens. The aim, of course, with that, I mean, there's so many aims with it, but collaboration is a huge one. It's also practice of pipeline and working together when you work on a pipeline, which basically means, very simplicity means, you know, like, yeah, you have a good set of where do you have your files, and how do you work with roles, what it does mean to be a producer versus a director versus an art director, and that whole thing. And then it's also practicing working with a client who comes with a wish of, could you make a movie about this that'll help us promote this? And then creating a story and an idea based on that, and then taking that thing and through the whole mill, and then ending up with a 35-second finished movie. One of these Yeah, and then when we get to third year, as mentioned, there's a third year production. It lasts for one semester. This is actually something that we've changed because last year it was lasting 2 full semesters. But we've always sort of been in the, because we also want you as artists to have time to make sure that you also get time to do stuff for your like either portfolio or explore in ventures that you haven't explored before. And as much as I would love our education to be 4 years, currently that hasn't been possible. So we kind of made a change and we said, well, we need to make sure that people also have individual time for sure. So we shortened it a bit, or we actually shortened it semester down. So now it's a 1 semester project, and then you have the time to also do individual things. And it's going to be interesting because the current class, who's the first class who's doing it in this type of structure, and we hope something good comes out of that. Again, a lot of different internship companies. Once you're done with your movie, you go on internship for 3 to 4 months, and we help facilitate that process. But you also have to write applications and approach the companies and find a good match. We have a lot of external faculty. Actually, I would say he's not external faculty. He is on staff, who comes to teach. For example, in the beginning of second year, you often meet Eric, who is giving you the introduction to how it means, what it means to animate in 3D. Some of the career paths. So Mick has been like work as a 2D animator solely, and has been joining various sort of projects. Andrea is a 3D animator, and apart from that, she's actually also a teacher, because I think for two weeks back she was actually teaching an animation course here. So that's also a leg you can stand up once you got some experience, and she's been joining some of these companies. And yeah, that's kind of it. Questions? Yeah.
When doing these short film productions, who has the role of coming up with the story?
Everybody has, like in the start, you. Oh yeah, sorry. Yes, I have to repeat the question. Yes. So you asked like who is coming up with the ideas for the stories on the short projects, and basically it's you in the group who kind of in the beginning of a project act as a, you know, like as the creative hub that comes up with the stories. So you all contributed. And of course, there's always in these sessions a lot of different contributions and a lot of different ideas. And then at some point you have to choose which idea then you're going to go for. But it's like it might come with a brief about a target audience, you know, like it has to be aimed at kids, for example, or for the second year, it has to meet the client's criteria about what they would like a movie about. But within that realm, it's all on you to figure it out. Yeah.
When you go here to the school, do you have to bring your own computer and drawing tablet, or do you have that already?
Good question, because yeah. Yes, sorry, good question. So I will now repeat the question. I'm really good at remembering this. So the question was, when you come here, do you have to bring your own computer or laptop or Wacom board, or and the computer is here, and the software on the computer is here, the screen or screens are here, and your mouse is here, but you have to bring your own Wacom tablet. That's and that's actually a change, but that is new, but that's how it is now. Like you have to bring your own Wacom. That is true, right?
And headphones.
And headphones too. And I kind of like that we have to bring our own headphones. Because otherwise, each headphone is passed from year to year to year. And there's just something with the exchange of ears over that time. That kind of, it's nice. Yes?
Is there a specific model of Wacom that we have to have, or it can be whatever?
I think I am not the best one to... Oh yeah, so... Thank you. So the question was, is there a particular brand of Wacom that we have to bring for coming here? And I think my question would be that we as a school should send some recommendations out about what we think could be appropriate, because right now I can't say the specific one, but I think we should do that.
Well, I can try and answer it quickly.
But then we have Sven. Yes.
No, we don't demand a certain model, but if we find that Wacom models in general works a little better with drivers and stuff, but you're welcome to bring other models as well. The standard model that we have been using for throughout the school is the Intuos Pro tablets, but other people have also chosen in the past to bring Cintiqs or screen tablets as well. We also support that. But the quick answer is an Intuos Pro is a good starting point.
Thank you, Sven. Yes?
For an application, do you need to showcase work that's done on a tablet? Because I've only drawn on screen tablets. I find not being able to see what your hand's doing on non-screen tablets a bit difficult. But it's something I could learn.
Okay, now watch this. So the question was, whether when coming here, in terms of your application, that you should demonstrate that you can, both draw on normal Wacoms or you can also just put work on that that was just drawn on screen tablets. And I, to be honest, don't think that we have any requirements towards that. Either will work. It's just so you realize that once you get here, I think particular, for example, when sometimes it works fine that you can continue just working on your screen tablet when you're here, but once you're in for example 3D and you have to animate, you might want to use a Wacom, because that's that's how we're gonna do it. Yes?
On third year, we have individual project, and the question is, do we have come out with our own themes, or is there have to be specific ideas that we have to come out and make a direction?
Can you?
We have stalled that in third year of education, we have to make individual animation project.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, so the question is, when you're on third year and you have sort of this elective period where you do your personal projects, are there any criteria for those? And to be honest, it's still a little bit under development in the sense, normally when we do electives, because we also have a little bit of electives on second year, it falls under some overall categories. But I would say, at least on second year, that it's been quite flexible what you can then do under these overall categories. And the reason for having some categories is also that I think our ambition is that we don't necessarily like you to work too much alone with your electives. It's nice to have some supervisor to check in with. So in that sense, it's nice also to find a supervisor that's right for that particular kind of elective. So in that sense, there will probably be some overall, but since it's still under development, I can't completely say exactly how that framework is going to be. I think once we are been through this round of this year, we can kind of say something more specific. But my best guess would be that there will be some overall themes for what these electives can be. But at the same time, I think we can also, accommodate particular things. I mean, because of course, if you want to be a gardener, it's kind of there's some realms of it, but I think there's also some bandwidth in it. Yeah.
Which time is usually given to completing an animation assignment, either 2D or 3D?
So the question was, how much time do we normally give for completing an animation assignment, either in 2D or 3D? And the short answer is that often we have courses that varies between I think it's often 2 weeks, kind of like the courses are often 2 weeks. So I think that's sort of roughly where it is. Sometimes, but since I'm mostly a part of the CG program, I don't want to, say something wrong. I think we might have some that might be a week, but it comes very much with the complexity of what you're supposed to do. So of course, if it's a complex thing, you have longer time, and if it's a simple thing, you have less time. But I think normally the average is 2 weeks per exercise. Yeah. But I actually have some animators here who will answer it much better than I.
During first year, there's a lot of one-day projects where you just do very short animation to get a hold of all the principles. And then as you get further in the education, you get a longer time to complete the tasks. So right now, the first years are doing around 1 week per animation task. Some of them are 2 weeks, but nothing more than that. Once you get to second year, some of them are a bit more complicated, but in the beginning, there will still be 1 or 2 day tasks. And then you move on to a couple of weeks, and then in third year, as it is right now, we have a whole semester to animate a movie. So that's depending on the specific shots once you get more experience with estimating how long you need. So that's the short answer.
And I'm much better than mine. Yes. Yeah.
If you have an interest to specialize in visual development for animated films, which bachelor do you think would be best for that?
Oh, that's a good question. What do you think, actually?
To repeat the question.
Yeah, to repeat the question, if you have an interest in visual development for movies in general, which education would you find to be the best?
Yes, and as it happens, it's a lot of mixed people that are here. We have some people in CA who are very interested in visual development, and we have a lot of people in CG who are interested in it. CG will usually have a bit more classes on how to develop the different characters because they have all the design, but we do have a huge amount of people in CA who are also interested in it. They are more interested in character designs, and CG tend to be a bit more all over the place, doing a lot of different things. So you can choose both paths. It just depends on where most of your passion lies, and be aware that CA is a lot of animating, not a lot of designing.
But on that note, I would also say that CG is a lot of, it's also a lot of 3D and a lot of practicing pipeline. There is also concept things. And I think maybe the other question you should ask yourself then is like, what type of visual development am I thinking in terms of style, and which movie types are you going to aim at? Because I think, for example, CG might be more prone towards 3D type of looks, whereas CA's, at least in the electives that they do in second year, has a tendency to be more prone towards more sort of flat 2D type of looks. So it's also a little bit, of that type of consideration. But I think in terms of what you can do in your elective period on third year and also on second year, you can definitely go towards concept. But you kind of have to think as the first 2 years as if you're a character animator, that's where we practice a lot of animation. And a part of that is also looking into concepts, but it's only like a little part of it. The same with the 3D and the CG, computer graphic artist. It's a little bit of concept, but it's also a lot of pipeline practice. So, but you're more free on the third year. So I think that's a consideration. So can I, as a person, live through not doing that much visual development, but get a lot of really cool tools under my belt so I can be a better visual development later on for 2 years? And that's a question that you should ask yourself. Yes.
I have two questions. First, when it comes to tablets, does it have to be vacuum, or can it be like Cintiq, XP Pen?
So there's a question in terms of tablets. Does it have to be a Wacom, or can it also be a Cintiq or some other kinds? And I don't know, like. Yeah, I think so, Sven.
We don't have any formal requirements, but so with some of the other models, they require specialized drivers, and you will be moving around a lot between computers. So sometimes it can be practical to have a Wacom, so it's more compatible with like what the rest of the world tends to use. If you come with something else, we will try and support that, but we can't always guarantee that we can make it work in our environment, but we try the best we can. If you have some specific questions about some specific models, you can always try and catch me afterwards or write us an email or something.
So the question was, in terms of other courses, do you need any kinds of specific setup? Tablets or computers, or I think GS has a different type of setup, but I think they're gonna talk about that once you get when Erik will do the presentation. So I think for CG and CA, like computer graphic artist and character artist, it's the same, but it's a different setup for when we're talking graphic storytelling. Yeah, and I think we're gonna wrap it up. I think I'll be roaming the streets in the Høgni, and then you can please, if you have further questions, just come to me, and then I can try to help you. We also have really lovely students who are excellent at also giving more specific answers to some aspects of the education. So, and we'll be all sort of there to help and guide. Okay, cool. Thank you very much.
Hello. It is 20 to 5, so we are ready to talk about graphic storytelling. My name is Erik Bachmann. I'm the first and second year coordinator of graphic storytelling. And I'm going to talk to you a little bit about the course, what it is, how it works. There's going to be some interesting new details at the end, so teaser for that. Yeah, let's get started. So if we at Graphic Storytelling want to be very pretentious about who we are or what we do, we might say that comics creators, or as they're also known, cartoonists, are the Renaissance people of visual storytelling. That sounds pretty nice, right? So a Renaissance person is somebody like Leonardo da Vinci, who could do a million things. So he was an artist, but also an architect, an engineer, an inventor, a scientist. Somebody who studies at graphic storytelling will not become all of those things, but they will become a visual storytelling generalist who has a broad skill set and can contribute to a lot of different kinds of creative processes, basically. That sounded very technical. So the reason for that, and the reason why our sort of foundation is comics, is that to make a comic, you have to go through a number of steps. You have to master a number of steps. And here they are. Can we, it's not very visible. Doesn't matter. So the steps are, you have to come up with some kind of idea. All of these steps are things that we practice at the course. You have to come up with an idea for your story, for the thing you're going to convey visually. And that can happen in a number of ways, through observing life around you. It can come from your own experience, directly or indirectly. It can come from somebody gives you a specific assignment. It has to be set in this place. It has to be this kind of story. That can inspire things. Or it can be a weird high concept, like Game of Thrones meets Pokemon. Then maybe you write a script. Like there's all kinds of, like these steps, you can take them in different orders depending on what your work process is. But one next step could be to write a script. You have to come up with some characters that populate your story. Maybe you write a synopsis for the whole thing, like a brief version of your story. And then you flesh it out, writing scenes and dialogue, that kind of thing. Maybe then you start looking at fleshing out the world that the story is set in. You could also do this before you write the script. That's up to you guys. But you define what are the rules of the world of your story. It could be like a fantasy world and you need to know how magic works. It could also be a prison in 1880 and you need to know what did a prison, what did that look like? How did that work? What were the rules? What could prisoners do? What could they not do? And then designing how places and people and things look in your comic. Then you can move to thumbnailing and layout. Thumbnailing is when you make tiny versions of the pages of your comic. The size of a thumbnail, which is very, very tiny. Most people do them a little bit bigger. But you plan out like something like, I had to be in front of the mic. But my pointer thing is not doing his work so well. Anyway, something like that, where you draw tiny, tiny versions of the pages of your comic to plan out what goes where, what's in which panel. And then you start fleshing out from there and you do sort of sketches of the pages. And through it all, you have to think about if you have a story and you want it to be, 10 comics pages, how much space do you leave for the car chase? How much for the romantic scene? Like which moments are the important ones that need room? Which ones are the ones you can skip over fast? That's sort of what I mean by pacing. You have to think about the panel-to-panel storytelling. So how do you guide the reader through the story one panel at a time so that they always understand what's going on? You have to think of page layouts, the way the panels are set out on a page, and spreads as well, so 2 pages next to each other. All that stuff you have to think about, and it's kind of a puzzle and it's complicated. It's also fun when you get the hang of it, I think. And then you just sort of sketch it, finish it, or ink it, color it, and letter it. No problem. And then it needs to go out into the world somehow. It needs to be published somehow. It needs to be marketed. It needs to be sold to people. And this is from an American comic book store. To the left is a Japanese manga store, and to the right is a French comics festival. So those are the three main markets for comics. It's the US, it's Japan, it's France. And then, of course, there is the internet. You may have heard of it. There's Kickstarter, there's Patreon, ways that you can sort of monetize your comics online. And that's also stuff we talk about. So graphic storytelling is essentially about mastering these steps, or the beginning of it is. Because the thing is, the way we think about comics is that they're a vibrant, very cool art form in and of themselves, but also mastering comics will allow you to do all kinds of other things. So if you have the tools to do comics, you also have the tools to do things like writing, parenthesis, scripts for books, movies, TV series. So a couple of examples is Jakob Martin Strid, who sort of made his name making comic strips for newspapers. Now he makes mostly kids' books, also still comics. And, you know, this particular wonderful book was turned into a movie. Miyazaki, maybe a bit of a, maybe I'm stretching a little bit, reaching a little bit with that example, because he did start out as an animator, but it wasn't before he made Nausicaa as a manga for a Japanese magazine that he was allowed to do his own stories and direct them himself. So for him as well, comics sort of became a gateway to becoming his, like, a script writer and a director. The Walking Dead, based on a comic, of course, and the writer of The Walking Dead wrote a lot of the scripts for the TV series episodes as well. So that's another example of that. And you can do sort of world building, world design for movies, TV series, games. Classic obvious example is superheroes. Of course, these all started in the funny pages or in comics and are now ruling the world. There's also like slightly less obvious examples, like Steven Universe is created by Rebecca Sugar, who started out as a cartoonist. Even deeper cut is Mad Max Fury Road, with design work done by Brendan McCarthy, veteran cartoonist. Or there's somebody like Glyn Dillon, veteran cartoonist, who does wardrobe design with, costume design is the word I was looking for Star Wars movies and TV series, I think, as well. You could also do layouting or storyboarding for TV series and movies. Especially with Adventure Time, there was this practice started where cartoonists did a lot of storyboarding, and storyboarding for a show like Adventure Time essentially meant coming up with a lot of what actually goes on. So with Adventure Time, for instance, the actual script might be a single page of text, and it says things like Jake says something funny, or Jake and Finn have a fight. And then the storyboarders are the ones who work out what's the funny thing and what does the fight look like and what actually happens in it. So there's a lot of storytelling that goes into the storyboards. It's not just sort of taking dictation from a script. And so they hired cartoonists because they are used to thinking of both stories and visuals at the same time. More traditional sort of live action storyboarding over to the right, Josh Shepard with some boards for, I think, Doctor Who. Or you could do an obvious thing, and something we also practice explicitly at the course is illustration. So there's a piece from the New Yorker by Mikkel Sommer, a former student of the school. In the middle, it's a kids book illustrated by a former GS student. A kids book written by Kim Fupz Aakeson, very famous Danish kids book writer. And a Jungle Book cover. Or sort of a field that is fairly new still and quite lucrative is graphic facilitation, where essentially you go to big important meetings in companies and you do sort of a visual summary of what was talked about at the meeting and what was agreed upon. Not a ton of people work with this, but the ones that do make a very good living out of it. There's also what we call applied comics, which is where you make comics for a client that wants you to deliver a specific message somehow. So These are two Danish examples. To the left, Den Magiske Spinel is a comic that was made for a museum in Copenhagen called Davids Samling, to sort of explain something about the collection of that museum. H.C. Ø is a biographical comic about H.C. Ørsted, famous Danish scientist who, I think it was the 200th anniversary of his discovery of electromagnetism recently. So there was a comic made, which was funded by sort of a science dissemination organization. So, graphic storytelling, the course itself, we focus on learning by doing. It's very practical, it's very applied. Usually it takes the structure of workshops that can be anything from 1 to 6 weeks long, and that are mostly taught by guest teachers who are themselves professionals from the industry. So they come to us and they teach something that they themselves are especially knowledgeable about and often have taught in other places as well. So that could be anything from perspective to how do you write fiction for a specific target audience, like a specific age range, for instance. A typical day might start with a lecture in the morning, 1 to 2 hours, and then students go off and they work on an assignment that has been set for them while the teacher circulates and offers thoughts and feedback. There's a lot of crits where you show your work and you get feedback on it. That's something to get used to, but it's also very valuable. We put a lot of emphasis on having teachers talk to the students about what does real life look like out there, what's their work life like, how do they make their money, because we feel it's very important that people have a realistic sense of what's out there, and they get that already while at the course, so we don't just sort of shove them out into the world and then they're like, wait, what's all this? Which happens, I feel like, sometimes in teaching. Yeah, we have, like, I think it's kind of, it feels silly for me to talk about what kind of place this is. I think you guys should sort of get a sense of the vibe here when you're here, but I think it's a very community-oriented place. It's a very tight-knit little community. Most people move here from somewhere else, so there's a bit of sort of a boarding school atmosphere almost to the place. Everybody knows everybody or knows who everybody is. Soft value program, I guess that technically doesn't quite exist anymore, but there's still a lot of extracurricular activities, which is what that is. So people play volleyball, people have movie clubs, people do improv, all kinds of things organized by students for students outside of school. And we have a sort of a quite deliberate system of student influence. Students evaluate teachers, students are in student councils, and we talk to them. There's a big student council for the whole school, et cetera, et cetera. Some examples of guest teachers. This is Steven Siegel. He's part of a 4-man group called Man of Action, who write animation TV series mostly and create them from the ground up. Their sort of biggest claim to fame still is probably Ben 10, which they created. Another example of stuff he's done, Steven, is that he created the characters that are in the Disney movie Big Hero 6. So he teaches writing here. Another example is Aimee de Jong, Dutch cartoonist. Her newest book it's actually the second newest, but her most well-known book is Days of Sand, which was a very successful graphic novel, and on the side she does all kinds of other things, like, for instance, storyboarding for TV series like the Amazon show Undone, which is very cool if you haven't seen it. And another example, she teaches, by the way, she taught illustration with us, because that's also something she does. And another example could be Matt Forsyth, who was the lead designer on Adventure Time for a number of years, and on the side on the side of his animation work does illustrated picture books, which is, these examples are from there, and he teaches character design for animation in 3rd year. So just a few examples of the kinds. Of course, I'm not picking the least known ones, but these are legitimate people who show up, and they're examples of the kinds of guest teachers you might meet. The structure of the course, very roughly, is that the first semester is sort of fundamentals, making sure everybody's sort of kind of up to speed and know what they need to know to do the rest of the course. And then in second semester, we start going into visual storytelling, like how do you do that? Everybody can already do it because they showed that in the portfolio, but how do you improve it and how do you up your game in that sense? And then we go into writing as well. And we end first year with doing the comic book project, which is a collaborative comics project where students make 28-page comics in groups of 4 based on a genre that they picked. In second year, we spent quite a lot of time on color in the beginning of second year because actually in first year we try to keep that out of the picture a little bit to simplify things because it's its own can of worms, not bag of worms. But also because we feel like it's a topic that deserves spending some time on. And then we go into illustration for kids' books, illustration for newspapers, magazines, that kind of thing. And then in the fourth semester, we have a block on world building. So students create worlds in groups, and then they design characters, they design environments for those worlds. And actually right now, the second years are making short comics that sort of are examples, little tasters of what might happen in one of those worlds. After that, we're going to move back into writing, going to write for different target audiences, write in different genres. And the second year ends with the graphic novel pitch, which is where students create a synopsis for a full graphic novel, so a long comic essentially, and then 8 sample pages of it. And then we have some publishers join us via Zoom and give them feedback on the work they did to get sort of market relevant feedback. So our guest teachers will always give creative feedback on that's a really cool thing you made, but a publisher can say that's a really cool thing you made, but I can't sell it, which is a different kind of feedback. Or I can, who knows. And then in year 3, we start to look at how can we apply what we've learned doing comics and illustration to other fields as well. So we bring in people like Matt Forsyth to look at character design for animation. There's backgrounds for animation. There's interactive storytelling. There's concept development for video games, that kind of thing. And also we start going into, in the 6th semester, we go into applied comics. So students do comics for clients, NGOs, so that we're not out-competing our own graduates working for big companies, but they work for NGOs, so that might be the World Health Organization or somebody else who would like a comic that communicates a message of some sort. 4th year is the final project. Graduation project is actually wrong now, right? Technically, yes, I need to change that. Sorry, final project. That's a bit technical. But anyway, half a year to do a comic or a picture book or something called a story Bible, which is essentially sort of a blueprint for a TV series or a game or something where you do a lot of design work and you write a lot of text about how it would work. And then you could show it to somebody and they could go, yes, we'll finance it, maybe. And then the last semester is internship, which the 4th years have just jetted off on. So they're all kinds of places right now, which are not here, sadly. We miss them. Just some visual examples. This is from gesture drawing. So that's in 1st semester. That's drawing that's focused on movement, that's focused on expression, quick drawings. In this case, they sort of did paper cutout and drew on them as a variation. There's a perspective piece. A student went absolutely nuts drawing a decrepit library and a very weird stack of books in the middle. The last one there is from a comic book project. It's a book called Hard to Swallow about our relationship with food. This can be found on graphic-storytelling.com, and I recommend it. It's very cool. Some examples from year 2. There's world building, prison planets. There's an illustration piece from Momo by Mikael Ende. Classic book, great book, recommend it. And then graphic novel pitch, a page there from a pitch that a student made, which was essentially about it's the afterlife and all the famous men are there, and there's a table of the famous women, and they share stories and complain about why there are not more famous women. And we hear their stories in the book. Year 3, there's an animation background to the left there, and to the right there's an example of a applied comic. And year 4, an internship piece done during, these two are both from internships. On the left is for a website called The Nib that operates out of Portland in the US that does sort of satire and comics journalism. And this is a piece about the Saudis financing war in Yemen. And on the right, it's an illustration from the Danish newspaper Information about male academics endlessly quoting themselves in their articles. So he's quite infatuated with himself. And some final projects, not graduation projects, final projects. The Great Fantasy Bake Off is like the Great British Bake Off, but in a fantasy world. Dogtown is this sort of satire on the meaninglessness of work life in which all the adults are dogs and all the bosses are kids who treat the dogs terribly, as kids can sometimes do. And to the right, there is an example of a story Bible. This is one called Carmen Crush, which was for, the idea was to create an animated TV series about an old lady who's essentially a hoarder, and then every episode is her getting some new piece for her collection or finding some piece of her collection and then remembering the story that goes with it. Very sweet idea. Some examples of graduates, like what do people do when they've been here? Angelica Inigo is a freelance illustrator who's done a lot of kids' books. She's done books with Josefine Ottesen, among others, if anybody knows her, Danish fantasy writer. Albert Brun sort of went another quite traveled path, I think, is to go into pre-production for games or animation, and he works in Cybo Games, best known for Subway Surfers, as a lead designer now, I think. Art director. That's even better, isn't it? Good, Albert. Good going. And then Herman Ditte is kind of an interesting example because it's actually two people called Thomas and Celia who together call themselves Herman Ditte. They do a weekly comic for Ude og Hjemme, and then they do all kinds of other things on the side, illustration for kids' books, sort of animated explainers, all kinds of different things. This is, on the right is them as kids, because that's how they present themselves on their website, so why not? Yeah, how to apply, I'm not going to talk a lot about that. You need a high school diploma, you need to be good at English. That's the only good grade you need on your high school diploma, basically. And then you need a PDF with a portfolio in it. And that's going to be the thing that's going to be the most important thing when you have the other two things. That's what I'm going to select. From those, we're going to select 35 to 40 people for a test and an interview. Optagelse.dk. Deadline is March 15th. You can get a lot more info about this on the website or by asking. I'm just cutting a little bit short here because we also need time for other things. And so time for questions, but maybe first you want to talk?
Go back one, though.
I can go back one, absolutely.
Hello. I'm Peter. I just wanted to say 15th of March at noon, not midnight. Some people have gotten confused about that, and that's too much heartache. So, my name is Peter. I am the head of studies for graphic storytelling. I'm here to give a short piece of information, and afterwards I think Eric will take questions. So, the information I'm here to give is that from this year, 2023 and onwards, we are changing our computer setup at graphic storytelling. We are moving into a bring your own device setup, which means that students are expected to bring their own computer. Basically, that's the information. So, a couple of things about that. We will still supply the software that we teach, which primarily is Adobe Creative Suite. And the students will also have access to monitors, computer screens. But apart from that, students are expected to bring their own equipment. This is such a new, this is new information, and we still are working on a list of recommendations for what to bring, so that you are sure if you are applying, that you are sure that you have the computer that you can work here at Graphic Storytelling on. So, in short, from this year's uptake of students, we are shifting into a bring your own device format. The list of recommendations will be ready around May, and so we will publish them on our website. So keep an eye out for that, so that you can keep updated on that. There's probably going to be a ton of questions about that. I'm not taking a lot of questions on this, because this is literally how much information we are able to share now. I don't want to give an answer that turns out to be not true. So with that in mind, of course, if you have any questions, I can see if I can answer them, but I'm not going to give out any recommendations on what kind of hardware to bring for now. Yeah. Should we do questions then? There's a question there. Yeah. Apple is completely fine. Yeah, it can be PC or Mac.
What would be advisable?
We've always worked with PCs.
We've always worked with PCs, but we've had students with Macs here. Yeah. So I think that's what I can say.
Programs will be available in both systems, I suppose.
Adobe would be available in both systems. Yeah. No, shouldn't be.
Yeah, the Adobe licenses that we provide can run on both PC and Mac. And I think, as Peter said, we will be working on some sort of guiding recommendations, because we won't set any hard and fast demands for the machines. But based on our experience with previous students and the projects they do, we'll try and come with some qualified recommendations for what we think is reasonable. But I think you can expect just I think a laptop would be a good starting point, because it just gives you more flexibility. Think of something on the lines of something you could a laptop you could do some basic gaming on, would in most cases I think be. But I think that's closest we get to it today.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool. Then you can take over the floor.
Yeah, I'll take over. I think this is maybe surprising information for some of you, and some of you are just like, what? Isn't that how it always works at schools? But we just know that we have above average, we have quite a lot of applicants who know quite a lot about how things work at the school now. So that's why we wanted to warn you ahead of time. Any questions? Yes.
You talked about a little bit about storyboarding. How much does it go into detail of that in like the course of the 4 years of the school? Is it just like within like learning the comics, or is it also just a little bit of a small course in there?
I'm just going to repeat your question real quickly for the people following from home. So storyboarding. There will be a sort of a specific storyboarding workshop, but it's like a couple of weeks. But beyond that, making comics is a good training ground for storyboarding. So it's kind of both what you say, both the things you say. Yeah. Hmm? Yeah.
In terms of programs, you say that you do provide programs in the Adobe Pack. Are students required to only work in those programs, or is it okay to maybe work in other programs that you're working with?
You can work in whatever program you want. There will be one workshop where we where we sort of teach students who are not used to working digitally, just the basics of making comics and illustration in Photoshop, and then also in Clip Studio. But that's it. But if people want to work in anything else, that's completely fine as well. Good point. The question was, can you work in any program you want? So.
What requirement must be met for comics to be considered a graphic novel?
So what makes a comic a graphic novel? That's a very good question. A graphic novel is basically just a long comic that can stand on its own. It's mostly like a marketing term because in a lot of places in the world, comics have a stigma of being for kids. But then if you call them graphic novels, it sounds fancier. But I think the most meaningful explanation is that it's a long comic that stands on its own. So it's not part of some endless series. It's not Spider-Man issue 600. It's something that's somewhat self-contained, and it's long, and sometimes it's smaller, and sometimes it's in black and white, so it looks fancier. But yeah, it's kind of a point of discussion in the comics world. like if even graphic novels is a term that's worth using. Yeah. I think, I mean, this is a generalist course and you can take it in a lot of directions. Looking at the people who have graduated, I don't know of anybody who's working only with scripts. Everybody is working with storytelling in conjunction with drawing somehow. So they might have input on storytelling in pre-production, stuff like that, but they're not just sitting at home in Word typing out scripts. Nobody that I am aware of. So that's the best answer I can give to that. I'm not saying it's impossible. Of course you could make that transition, but just to my knowledge, nobody has done it yet. So, yeah.
I understand that a lot of graduates from this program go on to do mainly freelance work. Does that mean that, you know, you can expect to be working mostly from home, or will you be working in a team, in an office? You know, like, what kind of work can you expect to do after this program?
I mean, I think some people work from home. Some people find studios where they sit together with other freelancers. Tegnestuer, that's a very common solution, especially here in Denmark. But then it's also a mix. So of the people I mentioned, somebody like Albert works a regular full-time job. So if you work in games, especially, that's much more common than in a lot of the other industries that our graduates work in. So it depends a lot on what you end up doing and what you want to do. What your life is going to look like. Yeah. Yeah.
I guess this is more of a general question, and I don't know if you could give some advice, but how concerned should aspiring artists be surrounding like the recent surge in AI art? Because I'm sure I'm not the only one that has anxiety about that.
So the question is about anxieties around AI, to put it briefly. I mean, that's a question I get quite a lot. I'm not an expert. I'm not a soothsayer. I don't know exactly what's going to happen in the future. We have talked to people in the industry about this, and they're not super worried at this point for a number of reasons. One of which is that AI is, in terms of copyright law, is a nightmare at this point. And so no companies are comfortable using the AI directly in their work because they might someday down the line be sued. Because what these AI do is they absorb a lot of artwork and then they combine it into new artwork. So they don't create anything new ever. It's all based off of other people's work that they didn't get any money for. So for that reason, it's very problematic to use it professionally. But there's also other reasons, right? So AI can only produce something for you that's the result of a mix of other things that are very readily available online. So if you want to do, so like if you ask an AI to do something in the style of some artist, that artist has to be very famous, very well known. There has to be a lot of their work online for it to be able to do so. And that also means that the AI can, if you want to have something with a fresh new look, like the AI will struggle to produce that for you, because what it does is it regurgitates stuff that's already very much out there online. And so it's hard to use AI to make fresh new things. But it's really hard to say fundamentally. I think it's unlikely that it doesn't change what people do professionally. Some people have compared it to, you know, when photography came along and what happened to painting, which was one that a lot of, I think, portrait artists didn't do portraits anymore, but also that art became a very different thing than it was before. So it's not that art stopped existing, right? It became something else. I don't know exactly how it's going to shake out. I think certainly AI will become part of work processes in companies, but I don't know if it will replace human beings. And if it does, it's probably people who were doing work that wasn't super exciting, but work is work, of course, right? So it's tough to answer. Are we running out of time? A little bit. Oh, sorry. Yes, last question.
Is it a requirement to be able to draw digitally when you apply?
It is not, no. I mean, I think it's going to be, as long as you're not actively scared of computers, I think that's fine. Like, we do spend a week sort of covering the basics of how to work digitally. We have quite a lot of applicants that are very analog. So that's not a problem in itself, no. In principle, you could do the entire portfolio in pencil. And if it's beautiful pencil, then that's fine. Yeah. Any other questions? Yeah. I did say that was the last question. Sorry. Not yet, I don't think. But that's also something you work your way up to. And yeah, I was asked if people have worked as directors. That's something you work your way up to. It's not something you go out and do as your entry-level position anyway. So I think that's a question of, our very first graduates finished 5 years ago, so they're still fairly fresh out in the world. But that, sorry, but that, already this one I said was the last question. So I think I'm gonna have to, we are out of time, but you guys are very welcome to seek me out and ask right after this. So thank you for your time.
The sun is burning bright.
My friends and I are tight.
Rabbit!
I'm feeling, all right. Oh, jeez. Why did I say that?
Yo! That was amazing.
We should jump all together. Let's go, let's go, let's go.
Yo, Rabbit?
Oh, I just had a huge dinner, so gotta digest that broccoli.
Oh. Well, you can always join later if you want.
Super Duo Combo Jump!
That looks so cool. I would have just messed it up anyways.
Hi, I'm Beanboy. What are you doing?
Oh, I'm swimming with my friends.
Nice to meet you, friends. I'm Beanboy.
That's not my friends. That's just grass.
I love just grass.
Yo, Cap! Check this out.
Whoa, that looks really fun.
Yeah.
Really fun.
Yeah.
Don't you want to jump?
Jump? I'm kind of busy, working on a tan. I'm good here. Under this tree. Alone.
Hello, Rabbit. What's wrong?
Nothing's wrong. I'm safe.
But you look sad.
I mean, they're having so much fun. Would they even care if I join? Would anyone care?
I'd care.
Even if I wanted to jump with my friends, what's the point? Aren't we just born into the world to wander around, looking for some kind of purpose, a tiny bit of meaning in our little lives, only to realize that our worries were insignificant in the grand scheme of things?
Yeah.
So it doesn't matter. Why jump when I can just sit here?
Sure, you can sit. You can do anything you want. So, what do you want to do?
I want to jump. I want to jump.
Yeah.
Aren't you afraid of anything, Bean Boy?
I won't be around for very long. I'm Beanboy, and I just like to have fun.
I wish I could just be you.
Okay, I can be Rabbit and you can be Bean Boy. Bye, Bean Boy. I'm going to jump in the water with my friends.
Bean Boy? I mean, Rabbit, wait! I'm coming too! Bean Boy, you were right! This is so much fun!
Yo, Rabbit, you made it.
Hi!
Thank you, Bean Boy.
Well, I think we're gonna go die now.
What?
Aren't you glad the sun has come? Your friends are here, and it feels like I'm gone, gone. The past is clear, and your tears are done.
The sun is burning bright.
My friends and I are tight.
Rabbit!
I'm feeling, alright. Oh, jeez. Why did I say that?
Yo! That was amazing.
We should jump all together. Let's go, let's go, let's go.
Yo, Rabbit?
Oh, I just had a huge dinner, so gotta digest that broccoli.
Oh. Well, you can always join later if you want.
Super Duo Combo Jump!
That looks so cool. I would have just messed it up anyways.
Hi, I'm Bean Boy. What are you doing?
Oh, I'm swimming with my friends.
Nice to meet you, friends. I'm Bean Boy.
That's not my friends. That's just grass.
I love just grass.
Yo, Cap! Check this out.
Whoa, that looks really fun.
Yeah.
Really fun.
Yeah.
Don't you want to jump?
Jump? I'm kind of busy, working on a tan. I'm good here. Under this tree. Alone.
Hello, Rabbit. What's wrong?
Nothing's wrong. I'm safe.
But You look sad.
I mean, they're having so much fun. Would they even care if I join? Would anyone care?
I'd care.
Even if I wanted to jump with my friends, what's the point? Aren't we just born into the world to wander around, looking for some kind of purpose, a tiny bit of meaning in our little lives, only to realize that our worries were insignificant in the grand scheme of things?
Yeah.
Welcome to the talk about the Drawing Academy. My name is Maria and I am a coordinator of the Drawing Academy, and I also teach there sometimes. And I've been involved with the Drawing Academy for very many years, and I love the Drawing Academy a lot, and I hope that I can tell you a little bit about how nice it is and how much you can use it for. Yes, let's get started. So the Drawing Academy is sort of our talent development department, because as you probably heard, you have to be very good at drawing in order to get into our bachelor educations. And one way of training your drawing skills is attending the Drawing Academy. We have different kinds of courses. We have semester courses, which are the long ones. We have 2 different ones. And we have summer courses every year in July, 1 week, so that if you're not sure that you want to go, you can test it there, or you can also take it for fun. Of course, that's also very fine. And sometimes we also have weekend courses. I just listed Visuel HF here because it's sort of part of the talent development department as well, but it is actually a different education which you can hear about afterwards. It is a combination of drawing and visual art and HF, which is a Danish high school education. Yes. So why would one want to take the Drawing Academy? Of course, study preparation for many would be the reason, that you would like to get into the bachelor, so you take a semester in order to get better. But actually there can also be other reasons. I mean, some of our students take the course because they just want to see if they actually like drawing all day. It might be something that feels nice, the thought of it is nice, but do I like it? It's one way to test that. And also if you are able to develop your talent enough to actually go somewhere with it. For others, again, drawing is a hobby and they might not want to study it, but they still want to spend a semester getting better. For those students, it works a little bit like a folk high school semester would in Denmark or Sweden. So that's also one way of seeing it. Of course, you also get a lot of portfolio work if you want to get into the bachelor, portfolio feedback. So I'm going to tell you a little bit about the semester course that we have that is especially made for students who are interested in getting into one of our bachelor educations or similar bachelor educations. We called it this very long name, TDA Classical and Visual Storytelling Foundation. TDA stands for the Drawing Academy. And the way it's built up is that classical drawing is a very important part of it. It's sort of the red thread running throughout the course. You have a little bit more than half-time classical drawing. You start with some maybe 3 or 4 weeks entirely dedicated to classical drawing in order to get a good start. And after that, you move into a schedule where you have classical drawing more or less sort of, half the time. And then the rest of the time you have workshops in drawing for animation, games, illustration and comics. And I'll get more into that later. The last, the workshops are very much related to the bachelor educations. The workshop themes are taken from the bachelors. You don't have to know which bachelor you would like to apply for. And of course, it's also allowed to change your opinion. Say, oh, after all, I think I might want to become a teacher or a physician or whatever. It's totally fine. But for most people, those workshops would be a really good place to start training, how to draw for animation, how to draw acting, for example, or how to do backgrounds if you're going more towards CG. And for those who are not decided, it's also a way to see what do I enjoy the most. do I mostly enjoy the workshops that point me towards character animation or graphic storytelling or maybe CG arts. So yeah. And of course you can also start building up your portfolio during those workshops. But the workshops are introductions. So you might not always, you would probably not always end up with pieces that are done, perfect, finished for the portfolio. But after these workshops, you would know much more about, let's say, what storyboarding, how do you storyboard, or how do you make a comic. You would have a much better sort of skills and understanding for creating the pieces for your portfolio later. Yeah, and maybe you can also use some of the drawings that you make. Then we have a new course that is including painting, TDA classical painting and drawing. And that's mostly for students who are very interested in classical art and would like to focus on that. For some students, it's actually their second TDA semester. Some students arrive thinking that they are into animation, but then they start classical drawing and they find out that this is really what actually interests them the most, and they choose to take a second semester. Of course, you can also study animation later, but for some, it's just really, really interesting to go deeper into classical drawing. The thing at the Drawing Academy is that it's a bit special maybe compared to other schools. Sometimes people take several semesters. Some people also take this semester several times because it's not like in high school. You go through this curriculum and when you've learned that, you're finished. And there's no point in taking it again. It's actually a craft that you practice and practice and practice. So if you take it again, you just practice from a different level and the teachers come and help you from where you're at. Yeah, so yeah, it's classical drawing and classical painting. It's not so conceptual. It's very much about learning the craft, just like our drawing classes are. So a little bit more about what the visual storytelling workshops would contain. You will go through the workshops that you can see listed here: storyboard, character design, acting and movement, comic creation, environment design, illustration and perspective, and you will also have some portfolio guidance throughout the course. Yeah. This is an example of a storyboard. You probably know, but storyboards are sort of what you start with when you make a film. It's a little bit like visual notes for making a film. So every little picture is an important place in the story, and as you can imagine, it's easier to change that than to change a whole sequence that's already animated. So when you make a film, you spend a long time working at this level before you actually start animating, and this is also where you put the story together. So it's very important for animators and others who like to work with film to know storyboarding, and some eventually end up specializing in storyboarding because it's also very much fun, although of course also super difficult and demanding and everything, but it's very creative. Probably the most creative part of the process of making an animated film. And that also you have to show that you can do that in your portfolio. Yeah, some acting, also very important for those who want to animate, and a very important category in the character animation portfolio. So of course you also have a workshop in that. Movement, yes, also for character animation. It's just examples of what these drawings could look like. Of course, they can look in many different ways. Little background, and another background probably. Yeah, a little bit more about what the classical drawing is like at the Drawing Academy. So we consider drawing a craft. I said that before probably, and we'll teach you a specific way of drawing. It's a little bit like learning a language, so that we are going to tell you, you have to work on this. No, this what you're doing here is not quite the right way. Please, the teacher would show you how to work instead. The reason why we do that is that you learn much faster, and you learn sort of, you get much deeper than if we would just explain you with words. And again, the reason for doing that is that you will need very good drawing skills for animation. So you really need to sort of, learn it as a craft. I know that in many schools it's considered more of, drawing is of course also closely related to art, and that's fine, but for our purpose, we take the craft approach. And I think once you are in it, for many people it's quite nice. And it also means that if you're not so far with drawing yet, you can actually learn a lot quite fast, because we are telling you very many specific things about how you can train, how you can get better. So it's not like you just need to feel it all intuitively. You can see a list here of some of the things that we work with. We have a lot of croquis, also called life drawing. We draw from observation most of the time. Could be objects that we observe, of course, a lot of models also. We also make many long model studies. The combination of short model studies, like croquis, a few minutes, and long studies, several hours, is very good, because you both have the time to think and, for example, implement what you learn about anatomy in the long studies, and in the short sketches you have to work very fast and kind of take what you know and put it without having time to think. But that's okay, because during the long studies you have the time to think. So construction and volume is of course also something that is very important, because this whole craft approach means that, or the core of that is that you build up whatever you draw, be it a human body or an object, by three-dimensional shapes. We are not copying something flat. We are trying to understand which shapes are we made of, or what we're drawing, what is that made of, and then we draw that. It means that you need to construct your drawings, you need to build them, you need to understand which forms you're working with, put them together, and then build whatever you're drawing. Doing that, you actually practice the design principles, the basic design principles, shape and light and composition, proportions, and tone and things like that. So sometimes, for example, I studied I studied after having attended the Drawing Academy in a design school. And I realized that photography, I had some training because I had composed so much, or what was it? Yeah, designing letters. There was also something there about details. Or if you go into concept art, for example, you will have so much knowledge about light and shapes that you can use, although it's a totally different context. And that's another good thing about learning classical drawing, that you will build up an understanding for visuals, that you can actually, even if you decide that you don't want to animate, after all, going into a different visual field, you will still have an advantage, because it just gives you such a different understanding. I feel like after learning this craft, the world looks different. You just see so many more details, both in shapes and light and everything. Just some examples, few minutes, 2 minutes drawings, student drawings. They get a little bit longer as we go. I guess this is an hour. And you can see as the students have more time, I guess this is 3 hours. They apply more details. They also apply more information about light and how exactly the shapes are not just the sort of the outlines, but actually also shapes inside the form. It's, studying hands and feet and anatomy. Yeah. So you can, as you can see, there's not only one way of doing this. Even if there's actually quite a specific way that we teach you, everyone will still have their own way of doing it. Yeah, portraits, of course, also important. Objects, also a very good way to learn about shapes. You can see here is also something about light. This is also a longer drawing. Yeah. More objects. So a little bit about the drawing and painting course. We follow the same principles as in the other course. So we also consider painting to be a craft here. It's kind of expanded drawings. We apply colors, but otherwise it's actually many of the same principles that are at work. It's also portraits, life models, objects, 19 weeks long, like the other course. In order to get into that, you have to show that you have some classical drawings already. It's an example, a painting. So that's a still life, would be an example of something that they spend a long time on in that course. Yeah, and that portrait as well was also painted by a student of that course. I think I said a lot about our approach to classical art already, but saying a bit more, that our inspiration comes very much from Baroque and Renaissance masters, like Michelangelo, for example. Yeah, otherwise I think it's actually stuff that I said already. Of course, it takes a lot of practice. That's the thing. But it's also nice because, again, if you're not so good yet, you can become good if you practice. It's not an sort of inborn talent. If you don't have it, it's too bad. You can learn it. Of course, while like some people learn French or math faster than others, there is also a thing like for some people learning how to draw is maybe easier for others than for others, but yeah, you can if you practice very much, you can learn it. Yes, yeah, and I think I said a bit about how we teach, but I can say a bit more about it. Like sometimes the teacher would have a lecture about a theme. They would also demonstrate, they would draw examples of how you can draw certain aspects of the model or the object or something. But there's also a lot of individual feedback. And that's why some people take the course several times because, yeah, you know, like you can see here, the teacher comes to the student's drawing and looks at what's here, what can the student work with, what can be better, and how can I support the student the best way. So that's of course individual, and we can have students in the same room with quite different levels of skills, and everyone learns in their own tempo. And there's also, you know, someone was maybe good in the beginning, but then it goes a bit slower, or someone maybe took a little longer to get started, but then all of a sudden they get it, and then it's faster. So the levels go back and forth all the time. We also have feedback in class. So also nice sometimes to see what the teachers tell the others. You can also learn from that. Yes, sometimes you also have a self-study, because that can actually also be quite good to just see, okay, now I have all this information. So how do I use it if I don't have a teacher constantly coming, you do this. So it's sort of a combination of different things. You can also see here, the teachers would also draw on the students' drawings. It's just more direct somehow to explain it like that. Yeah, a bit of practical information about the foundation course, but it actually applies for the painting course as well. That if you apply to the course, the school will help you find a room. We have a housing coordinator who is in close contact with the student dorm next door. Some students also live in town, so also an option. We have, I don't know, I think it's Facebook is of course dead and everything, but there's still a Facebook group, and I think it's still being used. Where people can post if they are looking for a roommate. You know, students often rent flats together, especially the bachelor students, and sometimes you can also rent a room there. They can be a bit cheaper than the dorms, but it's not that different. The nice thing about the dorms is, of course, it's right over here and it's easy to get in. So if you get here and you don't know anyone, it's a nice place to start. You apply on the website. There's a link to an application form. Unfortunately, we have the system now that can sometimes have some bugs, can be a little bit difficult. But if there's problems, you just write me, and I'll make sure you figure it out somehow. My contact is also on the website. Yes, and in order to apply to the foundation course, you need to provide a portfolio, but it's not a portfolio that you can compare to the bachelor educations. We just want to see what you draw. So there's no specific requirements to that portfolio. It's just if you like to draw your cat, you put some drawings of your cat, or if you like to draw manga, you put that, or if it's something else, you know. We just like want to see that you draw and what you draw. And then you also need to write a letter of motivation. Also just saying how it is, why you want to study here. Yeah, just try to see, are you interested in the bachelor, or is it more to explore drawing as an interest, or, you know, just try to explain in your own words why you would like to study. Yeah. And that can be uploaded or has to be uploaded at the same time as when you apply online. Yeah, I just put this little quote, someone who really liked it. So, yeah, I don't know if you have any questions. Yeah?
Do you also have to submit a portfolio for if you want to go to the summer course?
No. The summer courses are just first come, first serve. So, for the summer courses, you just sign up, and when you've signed up, your seat is booked. So, yeah, that's it. That's also why we have a waiting list. So that sometimes, if you sign up after the course is full, you'll be put on the waiting list. And then maybe there'll be a seat later. Yeah?
What is the admission process like? Because you said that you can choose any art that you create, but then what are the requirements, or how do you choose the people that get in?
Well, we can take many of the applicants in that we get. So it's not like the Bachelor that we have 600 applicants and we need 2, 3. Okay, it's a bit exaggerated, but we can take many of the applicants. And applying before the deadline is always a good thing. Then, and then if we have more, I would start looking at, okay, even if it's different kinds of drawings, we can see if someone has more experience or if someone has not so much experience. Then we would start to look at sort of the overall level of training. And then we would then we would select those with the highest level. But we can take many of the applicants. And mostly we would also, if someone is rejected, would also be offered a seat in the next course. So the courses start in January and August. Yeah. So they start twice a year. Yeah.
I was wondering, because it's a half year long, the course?
Yeah, 19 weeks. Yeah.
In 19 weeks. Then you have the both course simultaneously, or you have one the half year and the other the half year?
No. I mean, you don't necessarily have both of them. You just sign up for the one that you want.
But you offer the both of them twice every year?
Yeah. Right now we do.
Okay.
Yeah. We actually also have a course that I should have mentioned the course called TDA Portfolio. I had taken it out of my presentation because at some point we had thought about discontinuing it, but now we decided to keep it. So that is a 10 weeks long course focused entirely on making the portfolio, which happens from January to March, around the time when the application deadline is for the bachelor. So some students take the classical and visual storytelling foundation in the fall and then stay for TDA portfolio after Christmas. Or some people take maybe visual storytelling first and then drawing and painting. But we also have applicants who only take TDA drawing and painting. For example, we have students now who take that course who are not applying for the bachelor because one is, for example, already a puppet animator and a storyboarder. He just never had this drawing training in his education, so he feels like he's missing that in his job. So even though his professional career is actually going fine, he came back to draw. And one of the other students has a similar story. So it can be very different what people need, and you just choose according to that. Yeah?
The students during these courses, are they eligible for ISU?
No, unfortunately not. These courses are sort of private courses, so you don't get ISU.
How much does it cost?
It costs 36,000 kroner for the first semester. And then if you want to take another one, there's a discount, so that would cost 30,000. But for most people, it would also be fine with one. It's just like sometimes people get so into it that that they take another one. Yeah. Oh, and I should also say that if someone comes from a non-EU country, we can make a special agreement where they stay for only 3 months, because then they have to come on a tourist visa, and then the price is also lower. Then they pay for the amount of weeks that they attend. Yeah. Yes?
What if I try applying for one of the bachelor
Yeah.
How does that work if I get rejected and I want to go to the course?
You should, yeah, a lot of people do that, and that's a good idea. I mean, we will not charge you any money before the course starts, or shortly, like a week before maybe or something. So it's not like you have to pay a lot of money in April and wait for it to come back or something, because that's a question that I get often, but you won't be asked to pay anything before when the course starts. It's better to apply in advance before the deadline, and you can always cancel your application if you get into the bachelor. But if you apply after the deadline, and we have many students, we will first take the students into account who apply like at the right time. And then if someone applies after the deadline, of course, they will be sort of put in the end of the queue, even if they're good. So yeah, just apply to everything, and you can always cancel. You just need to cancel, I think it's, I don't even remember, just before the course starts, I think it is. Then it's fine. But if you don't cancel before the course starts, then you'll have to pay. So, but of course, you will know about, I think for the bachelor, you will know about the results. I think it's later now. It's only in July, actually. At the end of July, you'll know. But then you still have time to write us a mail immediately, and then you have time to step out of TDA, yeah, if it turns out that you're in the bachelor. Yeah. Good. Anyone else? No? Okay. Well, if anything comes up later, my contacts are on the website, so you're welcome to write. Thank you for coming. Yes.
Det var svært at det var der corona, det blev bare sådan lidt.
Hvor mange forsøg havde I? For jeg havde ikke også, jeg fede.
Det går ikke rigtig derovre.
Velkommen til alle sammen. Jeg hedder Charlotte, og jeg er studiekoordinator her for Visuel HF her på Animationsskolen. Og jeg har taget nogle gode folk med mig her i dag, som også kan svare på nogle andre spørgsmål, end jeg kan svare på. Og det er Troels, som er uddannelsesleder op på Viborg Gymnasium, som vi jo deler uddannelsen med. Og så har vi 2 elever med mig. Jeg har Solita, som lige har afsluttet sit afgangsprojekt for TAW for 3. år. Og så har vi Adrian, som går på 2. årgang. Yes. Ja. Vi starter lige med en lille præsentationsfilm. Så kan I lige få et lille indblik i dagligdagen.
Visuel HF-uddannelsen var 3 år. 2 af de år er en normal HF-uddannelse, og så er der 1 år med animation workshop.
Grunden til, at jeg faktisk har valgt Visuel HF, det var, så jeg kunne få 2 forskellige linjer, både den kunstneriske linje, men også HF-linjen, så jeg ikke behøvede at føle mig låst inde i en på et valg, så jeg stadigvæk har et normalt HF-forløb, men også et kunstnerisk forløb, som jeg måske gerne vil videre med i fremtiden.
Vi har nogle fællesfaglige forløb, hvor vi inddrager nogle fag, f.eks. engelsk eller billedkunst, som vi har på VG. De er ret gode til at flette sammen, så der er meget kommunikation.
Du har hele tiden venner omkring dig, og alle var rigtig glade for hinanden, og det er ikke løgn. Vi holder meget af hinanden her omkring.
Igennem Visuel HF er jeg blevet meget stærkere i mine tegneevner, og jeg synes også, jeg er blevet bedre til at modtage kritik.
Vi står her på værkstedscenen, som ligger lige ved siden af TAW, hvor vi har vores afgangsudstilling. Vi arbejder med mange forskellige ting her i klassen. For eksempel, jeg har lavet en bog med noget tekst og nogle tegninger og sådan. Og der er andre, som har lavet film. Nogle har lavet animation. Nogle har lavet klassisk tegning. Nogle har lavet skulpturer. Så er det rimelig bredt, hvad vi har mulighed for at lave. Og vi får god støtte fra uddannelsen til at kunne fuldføre de projekter, vi sætter i gang.
Godt. Så bare en lille oversigt over, hvad vi skal igennem her i løbet af den næste halve time. Vi vil gerne lige fortælle lidt om ideen og sådan indholdet i uddannelsen. Lidt om værdierne og tilgangen til undervisningen her på TAW. Og noget omkring optagelse, og så selvfølgelig kan I stille spørgsmål. Og det tænker jeg også, I bagefter kan, efter vi er færdige, hvis det er sådan, vi trækker den lidt til, i hvert fald til klokken 6, hvis der er nogen, der har spørgsmål, de ikke allerede har fået svar på. Yes. Først vil vi lige præsentere Viborg Gymnasium, hvis I ikke kender det. Det ligger her cirka et kvarters cykeltur herfra. Alternativ bustur på 11 minutter, har jeg lige lært. Og så har vi jo så her i animationsskolen her i bedre vejr. Og der er jo altid sådan et virkelig fint udeliv her i sommerhalvåret. Så ja. Så har vi jo de her 2 uddannelsessteder. Viborg Gymnasium og Animationsskolen. Og vi har, altså over de 3 år, der har man cirka et års undervisning på Animationsskolen og 2 år på gymnasiet. De ligger selvfølgelig ikke sådan i blokke, men de ligger sådan flettet ind i hinanden. Man er her som regel minimum 2 dage på animationsskolen, men man kan også være her en uge, 2 uger, 3 uger, og når man laver afgangsprojekt faktisk i 6 uger. Men man er her altid hele dage, så det er ikke sådan, man skal rejse fra, eller skal cykle fra gymnasiet og her til at lige have 2 timer og tilbage igen. Så altid hele dage. Nu er der faktisk en ting, jeg lige skulle sige omkring den her. Jeg lige vil sige. Som sagt, de her 2 steder, og så har vi ligesom en fællesmængde, som I kan se. Og det vil sige, at der er noget undervisning, der ligesom kun foregår her. Så er der en del undervisning, som også kun foregår på gymnasiet. Og så har vi ligesom nogle sådan formaliserede samarbejdsprojekter. Et i hvert semester på alle 3 år, så man når igennem de her 6 forløb. 5 forløb er det vist. Hvor man har en direkte samarbejde mellem nogle fag på gymnasiet og en anden form for disciplin her. Et eksempel kan være, at vi har et samarbejdsforløb mellem naturfagene på gymnasiet og grafisk fortælling her hos os, og så laver man simpelthen naturformidling i tegneserieformat. Det kan også være, at man laver illustrationer til en engelsk novelle eller dansk undervisning. Der findes forskellige måder, men hvor vi ligesom har det kørt ind, og man ligesom laver samarbejdsforløbet sammen, og underviserne, mens man sidder og arbejder heroppe, så kommer underviserne fra gymnasiet også op en gang imellem og sparer. Yes. Så har vi nogle fag på gymnasiet, det tænker jeg, du måske er bedre til at fortælle om, Troels.
Det er sådan, at fagene på gymnasiet er jo de her meget sådan klassiske gymnasielle fag, det er dem, man har på en helt almindelig HF. Man har til forskel fra nogle typer af HF, hvor man vælger en fagpakke, så her på den visuelle HF, så træffer man valgene, når man søger om optagelse på uddannelsen. Og det vil sige, at man vælger her billedkunst C og billedkunst B, og man vælger mediefag C og mediefag B. Derudover så har man selvfølgelig matematik, man har det, der hedder kultur- og samfundsfagsgruppen, altså KS, man har NF, som er den naturvidenskabelige faggruppe, som består af kemi og geografi og biologi. Kultur- og samfundsfagsgruppen består af historie, samfundsfag og religion. Og så har man dansk hele vejen igennem de 3 år, og man har engelsk på B-niveau hele vejen igennem de 3 år. Og når man så er færdig, jamen så har man en helt almindelig HF, plus det visuelle, som er adgangsgivende til professionsuddannelserne, til erhvervsakademiuddannelserne. Og hvis man ønsker at komme ind på universitetet efterfølgende, så kan man læse en supplerende overbygning, ligesom man vil kunne på en helt almindelig HF.
Ja. Så lidt om den undervisning, vi har her på animationsskolen. Det kan svinge en lille smule fra år til år, men nu har jeg ligesom prøvet at lægge mig op af noget af det, vi i hvert fald står overfor her nu. I modsætning til på gymnasiet, hvor det selvfølgelig er gymnasielærer, der underviser eleverne, så er det her, har vi en fast underviser, som har sådan en løbende tegneundervisning og også en slags klasselærer for dem, kan man sige, fra klassen, og som har dem gennem alle 3 år, den samme underviser. Men det er den eneste faste underviser, vi har. Alle andre fag eller forløb, vi har, der bliver man undervist i det, man med gammelt sprog måske kalder mesterlærer. Det vil sige, at der kommer en fagperson, som arbejder inden for det felt, man arbejder i. Man er ikke pædagogisk uddannet, men vi prøver selvfølgelig at finde nogen, der også har flere for det, men man arbejder inden for det fagfelt, man arbejder i. Så det vil sige, at hvis man har fotoundervisning, så er det en fotograf. Hvis man har animation, er det en animator. Hvis det er noget mere billedkunstorienteret, så er det en billedkunstner, der kommer og underviser. Men som sagt, som vores faste underviser, hun har tegneundervisning. Vi tænker egentlig tegneundervisningen som en altings mor. Altså at det ligesom er ligesom grundlaget for alt muligt andet, vi laver. Vi arbejder jo meget, meget bredere visuelt på Visuel HF, end man gør på resten af animationsskolen. Så vi arbejder sådan i et ret bredt felt. Og det kan man også se her, hvor der både er det her analog og digital tegning, der er komposition og farvelære. Vi har et illustrationsforløb, et fotografiforløb, arkitektur og design. Vi tapper ind i Viborg Animationsfestival på hver årgang, der laver en eller anden form for projekt til det. Og der kan vi se, at det her i efteråret, der bliver det sådan noget, vi kalder kunstnerisk intervention i byrum, som første år skal lave, mens andet år, de kommer til at lave musikvideoer i noget, der hedder Animation Bootcamp. Det har du faktisk prøvet. Ja. Det kan være, du skal fortælle bare en lille smule lidt, bare for at give lidt om Animation Bootcamp. Kan du huske det?
Altså hvordan vi lavede med
musikvideoer.
Ja, vi havde hvad hed det? Vi havde et dansk band ude. Kan du huske, hvad det hed? Downtown July, som kom ud til os. Jeg tror, det var en fredag. Og så fik vi blev delt op i nogle grupper, og så fik vi hver en sang, vi skulle animere noget til. Og der brugte vi egentlig dagen på at blive både introduceret til bandet, men også på at sådan snakke i vores grupper og sådan komme op med idé-brainstorming på at få lavet de her musikvideoer. Og så tror jeg, at vi havde 2 uger til at lave dem, og det er ikke super lang tid til at lave sådan animationsvideoer, men det gik egentlig meget fint, og det var meget fedt at have kunstnerne, vi også lavede videoerne til, ude og sådan integrere også, og pingle frem og tilbage med dem, fordi de havde nogle idéer, og så havde vi vores egen sådan idé af, hvordan tingene skulle være. Og så havde vi en virkelig fin screening af dem alle sammen, og der var altså virkelig nogle af de her, der var altså virkelig gode. Det var egentlig et meget hyggeligt projekt, sådan at få lov at lave det, og sådan også integrere med nogle andre form for kunst. Sådan, ja.
Og nu har I måske siddet og læst lidt igennem her, men så jeg skal heller ikke gå fuldstændig. Men altså, I kan se, at man kommer vidt omkring, både inden for det digitale og det analoge. Og man slutter sig af med det her afgangsprojekt, som man har sådan 5 uger til, et sted mellem 4 og 5 uger til det, og så slutter man af med en eksamen fra animationsskolen. Og det er det, som Solita lige har været igennem, og har lavet et super flot fotolitteraturprojekt faktisk, hvor du både har skrevet tekst og taget en masse fotos til og lavet en lille bog. Ja. Så er der alt det andet. Der er nok ikke tid til at gå fuldstændig i detaljer, men vi prøver at tappe ind mest muligt i byen, så når man har haft nogle af de her forløb, så prøver vi også, at ligesom man kommer ud og interagerer med byen, og det er byens kulturinstitutioner heldigvis virkelig, virkelig åbne for. Så vi faktisk næsten efter hvert forløb, der har vi tit noget, hvor vi kommer ud ligesom og viser det forskellige i byen. Og faktisk, hvis der er nogen, der er fra området her, så har vores første årgang udstiller sammen med Skovgårdmuseet nede i det, der hedder det gamle Rådhus i øjeblikket, hvor de har haft sådan et collageforløb med en kunstner her fra Viborg, Sergej Svartjenko. Så der kommer sådan løbende udstillinger, og afgangseleverne, de udstiller også deres helt egen udstilling her senere på foråret. Så tapper vi ind i de events, der er, og der er jo alt det hyggelige fester. Adrian er også i festudvalget, og en aktiv del af festudvalget. Og der er fester på gymnasiet, og I har også gallafest, når man er ved at være student. Vi har en studietur, som egentlig er sådan udspringer af gymnasiet, men hvor en af os her fra animationsskolen også typisk tager med. Og de sidste par år har vi været i Berlin, men vi har også været i Stockholm og alle mulige andre steder. Så tager vi selvfølgelig er vi en del af et talent, sådan en talentnetværk, som laver sådan nogle visuelle eller billedkunstneriske talenttræf, som vi også prøver at tappe ind i. Det har været ligget lidt stille her under corona, men næste år, så skal desværre ikke nogen af jer, men vores anden årgang også til talenttræf, hvor man møder unge fra alle mulige andre talentskoler i hele landet og laver nogle projekter sammen. Ja, så det plejer at være virkelig fint. Så er vi, der er talentnetværket, der er selvfølgelig animationsskolen her, så hvor vi kan nyde godt af en masse, der er en masse muligheder i det, at vi er tilknyttet animationsskolen. Det kan være talks, det kan være visninger af film, det kan være, man kan deltage i nogle gratis weekend-workshops, som lægger op til, hvis man har lyst til at søge videre på animationsskolen. Og der er alle mulige forskellige muligheder, man kan tappe ind i. så er der alle de her elevinitiativer. Der er det, vi kalder visuelt udvalg, som også laver fester og noget, og lidt forskelligt. Der er nogle elever, der faktisk har arrangerer et ugenlig biografklub her. Der er fester på gymnasiet, som der selvfølgelig også er elever, der deltager i festudvalg. Og så laver vores Visuel HF-eleverne laver også et visuelt julemarked sammen med, jeg tror...
Billedkonsulenterne på væggen.
Ja, ikke? Ja. Hvor de sådan egentlig sælger ud af deres egne ting, de har lavet, og det er også mægtig fint. Ja. Der er forskellige andre også elevinitiativer. Så er der alt det der bløde, vi har ved siden af, som man kalder soft values. Der er frivillig kroki, man kan gå til om aftenen 2 dage om ugen. Der kan være noget boldspil ude i gården. Der er filmklubben, som jeg nævnte, og der er også et rytmisk kor, faktisk, man kan deltage i den her sammenhæng. Ja, torskene, jeg tror, vi skal lidt videre. Men ja, alt muligt forskelligt, man kan tappe ind i. Samarbejder, tror jeg lige springer lidt hurtigt hen over, men vi har altså den del, der er på animationsskolen, desværre ikke har ikke offentligt driftstilskud, så det er også derfor, vi har den her elevbetaling. Så vi er sådan faktisk dækket af elevbetalingen og fond vi søger hjem fra, så det kan være Statens Kunstfond og regionen og ja, forskellige steder. Så har vi på her, altså nu taler jeg meget om undervisning her på animationsskolen fra nu af her. Og der har vi som to grene, hvor vi tænker, at vi vil gerne gøre eleverne dygtigere sådan rent fagligt, teknisk. Man træner nogle redskaber, det vi kalder, man skal lære at gøre sig umage. Og det er der i kraft af det her mesterlære selvfølgelig. Der er i kraft af alt det her klassisk tegning, kroki, faglære osv. Der er også, hvis man har fotoforløb, lære om kameraets anatomi og lære at bruge et kamera ordentligt. Der er alle de digitale programmer og animationsteknikker osv. Og så er der den kreative ben, som hedder, at vi gerne vil have, at man lærer at gøre sig nysgerrig. Det vil sige, at vi arbejder projektorienteret rigtig meget, og vi arbejder med det, man kalder peer-to-peer. Det vil sige, at man også lærer at give feedback til hinanden, og give konstruktiv feedback, kvalificeret feedback til hinanden. Ikke bare, den er pæn, men at man også prøver at øve sig i at kunne give feedback til hinanden. Så lærer man at bruge referencer og lade sig inspirere og se muligheder også i krydsfeltet mellem fagligheder. Og arbejde uden at kende resultatet på forhånd, det lægger vi ret meget vægt på, at man skal prøve at forholde sig undersøgende. Man skal prøve at springe ud lidt på dybt vand, også der, hvor man måske nogle gange ikke bunder, men at man også prøver nogle ting, man ikke sådan typisk kan. Det vil sige, når vi også søger ind på Visuel HF, så vil vi også rigtig gerne i jeres portfolio se, at I tør eksperimentere lidt i forskellige retninger, og også at I ikke kun sender 30 fanartbilleder, som også kan være godt, men ikke 30 af dem. Vi vil også gerne se, at I tør eksperimentere nogle andre veje, end at lægge jer op af det, I føler jer allermest tryggest i nogle gange. Ja. Det ligger lidt i det. Og så prøver vi selvfølgelig i det hele taget at prøve at kigge på hele mennesket, det vil sige, at der også er plads til, at man kan arbejde differentieret, hvis man har både selvfølgelig, hvis man har nogle udfordringer af nogen slags, men også bare hvis man lærer på en bestemt måde bedst muligt, så prøver vi så vidt muligt at tage højde for det og følge op på, at man kan have forskellige måder, man lærer bedst muligt på. Så er der fællesskabet, hørte vi lidt om i videoen, men det er også dejligt, eller hvad? Ja. Det er jo bare nogle, tager lidt hurtigt igennem her nogle eksempler fra noget vores elever har lavet. Altså der er alt krokien og tegneundervisning, der er det digitale, man arbejder i. Man kan arbejde konceptuelt. Det var under corona. Der var nogen, der producerede det hjemmefra. Så som sagt, Viborg Animationsfestival prøver, den udspringer af animationsskolen her, så det er selvfølgelig meget nærliggende også at springe ind i den. Og så er der illustration og skulpturforløb, man kan lide. Der er lidt fra studieturen her var vi i Berlin og ude og kigge på sådan et stort street art galleri på et gammelt lyttestation fra den kolde krig. Så det var ret flot sted. Ja. Optagelse. Der har nogle af jer måske opdaget, at ansøgningsfristen pludselig blev rykket her for nogle uger siden, en måned siden måske. Hvor det før var 1. marts, så er den blevet rykket til 13. marts fra ministeriet, og det er noget omkring hele det her med forældre- og indkomstfordelingen, der gør, at den er blevet rykket. Det gjorde så, at vi blev nødt til at flytte lidt, fordi vi har det her ret lange optagelsesforløb. Så vi har blevet nødt til at flytte lidt rundt på nogle datoer, som vi ellers først havde lagt ud på vores hjemmeside, som hedder visuelhf.dk. Hvis I ikke har set den, så gå straks ind og kig på den, for der står meget mere også om noget af det, jeg taler om nu. Og det er også der, hvor I skal, der står en masse om optagelse, og I kan se en opgave, hvordan den blev stillet sidste år, og I kan også, og det er også der, I får stillet jeres opgave, når I skal have den. Men den fortæller jeg lige lidt mere om. Ja. Så er der nogle adgangskrav til optagelse på HF. Vil du sige noget om det? Eller?
Ja, det kan måske gøre meget godt.
Altså på HF-delen.
Ja, der er nogle helt formelle optagelseskrav til HF-uddannelsen, som man skal leve op til. Det er alt lidt efter, om man kommer fra 9. eller 10. klasse, så kan de variere lidt. Lever man ikke 100% op til de formelle adgangskrav, så er det typisk sådan, at så kommer man til en optagelsesprøve, som er efterfulgt af en samtale. Så selvom man ikke lige har det snit, der skal til for at komme direkte ind, jamen så kan man komme til en optagelsesprøve. Men de helt konkrete krav, det kan I også se ind på optagelse.dk. Det vil være sådan, at man sender sin ansøgning ind, og så sidder vi så og vurderer, om hvorvidt man skal til den her optagelsesprøve på baggrund af ens karaktergennemsnit blandt andet.
Så på gymnasiet.
Ja, på gymnasiedelen
selvfølgelig. For alle skal til den anden optagelsesprøve. Ja. Det fortæller jeg også.
Ja.
Ja, for alle, der søger ind, de kommer til den anden optagelsesprøve her på animationsskolen. Og der laver man den her hjemmeopgave, som nogle af jer måske har set. Man har en uge til det, man får stillet jeg tror, nu prøver jeg lige, det kommer lige om lidt, datorerne. Men der får man stillet en opgave, og så har man en uge til at løse den og sende den ind, sammen med en portfolie med mellem 5 og 30 forskellige værker, som man gerne vil vise. Det behøver ikke være spritnye værker. Det kan være alt muligt, man arbejder med, også på sin efterskole eller i sin barndom er der også nogen, der nogle gange sender noget ind, som noget, de sådan holder særlig meget af, og som også giver os et lille indblik i, hvem I er. Det er ikke, fordi det behøver at være, det kan også være skitser, altså det behøver ikke at være sådan fuldstændig færdige ting, bare de på en eller anden måde viser noget om, hvad I godt kan lide at arbejde med. Ja. Og så kommer man kort tid efter, det er så ikke kort tid efter længere, så kommer man efter påske til en optagelsessamtale, og vi håber, I vil komme her til en fysisk samtale, men hvis I ikke har mulighed for det, og det kan der være mange gode grunde til, også hvis man bor i en anden ende af landet, så kan man tage den online også. Men det får I alle sammen information kort tid efter, I er ansøgningsfristen den 13. marts, der bliver sendt et par dage efter et brev ud til jer alle sammen, der har søgt, og der står al informationen om hele den her optagelsesproces, og hvornår man skal møde til samtaler osv. Yes. Har vi lige datorerne her. Ja, den åbner her den 15. februar, skulle den officielt i hvert fald den her, og der kan I jo sådan set søge ind, når I så har lyst, inden den 13. marts. Det er noget med, at der er et lille felt, hvor man kan skrive Visuel HF, og så ryger det ligesom, så bliver de opmærksom fra starten på, at det er den vej, man gerne vil, og derfor skal i gang med hele det her optagelsesforløb. Der har jeg glemt at skrive måneden på, kan jeg se. Jeg var inde og rette det. Ja. Men der skulle have stået 20. marts. Og fra den 12. til den 27. det er der, hvor hjemmeopgaven kommer til at ligge. Og hvis man har nogle, vi vil så vidt muligt gerne have, at det er der, alle laver. Men der kan selvfølgelig være et eller andet, der er helt, vi har en enkelt ansøger, der i hvert fald der skulle på studietur der og så videre. Så må I prøve at kontakte mig og give lyd, hvis det er, at det ligger helt forkert. Så finder vi en løsning på det. Og så har vi optagelsessamtalerne, som vi i hvert fald i øjeblikket har lagt til. Nu kommer det jo lidt an på, hvor mange der søger ind, men vi har afsat dagene 14. og 19. til 21. april lige nu. Og så kan vi jo se, om det er sådan en luksus, at vi skal have flere dage på. Men nu ser vi, om vi kan nå det der. Og så slut april først får man svar på, om man er kommet ind, selvom at samtalerne har ligget der. Ja, det er jo selvfølgelig kort tid før. Og det er, fordi man skal ligesom have, det er jo noget ministerielt også afgjort, ikke? Hvornår man får sit svar. Til prøven og til samtalen, nævnte det lidt, der kigger vi på, noget af det vi kigger på, det er talent. Har man talent for det her? Er man motiveret? Virker man motiveret for at gennemføre uddannelsen? Har man en bred visuel interesse? Eller har man ligesom kun et fokuspunkt? Er man klar til udfordringerne? Det kan være en udfordring for nogen, der bliver nødt til at flytte hjemmefra, måske som 16-årige, og skal bo selv i Viborg, væk fra familien. Det prøver vi også sådan lige at fornemme lidt, om man er klar til det, eller om man med fordel måske lige kunne vente et år og blive 18. Det kan også være et økonomisk spørgsmål, fordi man jo først får SU, fra man bliver 18, og jo har både udgifterne til et kollegieværelse eller et anden form for bolig, og så også de 1.500 kroner om måneden, som man betaler til animationsskolen for undervisningen her. Ikke på gymnasiet. Det er jo gratis at tage en HF, ligesom alle andre ungdomsuddannelser. Men undervisningen her koster 1.500 kroner om måneden, og det er fordi, vi ikke har det her offentlige driftstilskud. Så kigger vi også på det tekniske niveau. Ikke at man igen skal være fuldstændig færdig skarp i det, men vi kan se, er der noget at arbejde med? Så det er ikke nødvendigvis altid dem, der tegner fuldstændig snorlige allerbedst, som vi optager. Det kommer også an på, det bliver sådan et helhedsbillede af. Og vi kigger nemlig også efter originalitet. Altså, begynder man allerede at have lidt sin egen stil, eller et eller andet, er der et eller andet, men tør man lette lidt en gang imellem. Ja, økonomien nævnte jeg lige kort her. Det er den der 2-årige HF, som er på Viborg Gymnasium, og så den her grunduddannelse her. Og igen, de bliver jo flettet ind i hinanden, det ligger ikke sådan i faste blokke. Så er der bolig. Alle bliver tilbudt en kollegieplads, hvis man har brug for det. Og der er 2 kollegier, som er relevante, kan man sige. Det ene, det er det, der hedder Camp East, som ligger oppe ved Viborg Gymnasium, som er et forholdsvis nyt kollegie. Jeg tror kun, det har været der et par år. Og så er der Camp Logos, som ligger lige herovre, og nogle af jer har måske været over at kigge på her, og hvor de fleste af vores elever bor. Men jeg ved egentlig ikke, om det er ligesom vane, eller om det er, fordi man gerne vil være tæt på animationsmiljøet. Og som jeg også har nævnt for nogle af jer, så får man et nøglekort, når man går her på animationsskolen, også som Visuel HF-elev, hvor man kan låse sig ind i bygningerne alle, altså 24/7 alle ugens dage. Så der er en del, der også mødes om aftenen, eller lige smutter over og laver noget til deres undervisning, eller mødes om aftenen til forskellige hyggelige sammenhænge, eller sidder og arbejder osv., ser film. Så det kan også være en begrundelse for, hvis det er det, man sådan gerne vil vælge det ene og det andet. Ellers tror jeg, det er lidt en smagsag, om man er til det ene og det andet. Yes, så er noget vi igennem, og jeg ved ikke, jeg kan godt være, jeg har skrevet fuldstændig tiden. Det er ikke noget, jeg ikke har nogen fornemmelse af. Ja, så stil endelig spørgsmål, hvis I har nogen, I gerne vil stille her, og I må også gerne komme hen bagefter, hvis det er, I tænker, at det vil I hellere. Yes. Ja, og det er uanset om man er her eller på gymnasiet. Altså man betaler fra august måned, man starter, til juni måned, hvor man slutter. Også i sommerferien. Ja. Så det er ligesom den faste. Til har vi så kunne holde det på de 1.500 i mange år efterhånden, og vi vil helst ikke højere op. Og vi drømmer også stadig om, at vi kunne få noget driftstilskud på sigt, men det er ikke lige tiderne til at komme i øjeblikket. Men så vi får det til at fungere på den måde. Ja. Jeg glemte jeg at stille. Det var spørgsmålet omkring, om de 1.500 kroner var i alle måneder. der bliver spurgt om hjemmeopgaven skal sendes sammen med portfolien. Og det skal den, ja. Man uploader dem sammen, og det fremgår af det brev, I får, hvor I skal gøre det, og det fremgår også af hjemmesiden, hvor det skal uploades henne. Det plejer at fungere fint.
Hvor mange elever går på den Visuel HF?
Vi optager 30 hvert år, og der er 1 årgang. Og så er der nogen, der falder fra. Så jeg kender ikke det helt præcise antal nu her, men jeg tror, det er sådan lige et par 80, måske, vi har til sammen. Og de kender hinanden rigtig godt. Og det kan der være mange forskellige årsager til, men det, også det, at de har al undervisning sammen på klassebasis, gør, at der bliver sådan et stærkt klassefællesskab. Og så er der det, at der er mange, der bor på kollegiet. Det bliver lidt samlingssted, og der er også nogen, der mødes her om aftenen og samles og så videre. Og så ved jeg ikke, hvad tænker du? Ja, vil du fortælle lidt om det?
Jo, altså sådan, det er bare sådan, som sagt, så har vi de her klassefællesskaber, og så interagerer man meget, meget på tværs af K-elever, fordi at så ser man en udstilling sammen, eller man laver et eller andet, eller vi sidder på tværs i festudvalg, og så møder du lidt der, og så er der nogen, der tager ned i parken om sommeren og tegner, og så tager man lidt bare med. Så de stærkeste sådan, på tværs gymnasierelationer bliver ligesom på tværs af de visuelle HF-klasser. I hvert fald i min oplevelse. Ja. Har du noget at sige til det?
Nej, det ruller det meget godt, synes
jeg. Ja. Men det er ret hyggeligt, man får lov at sådan snakke også på tværs af årgang. Jeg fik også nogle matematiknoter af en anden kurs, da jeg skulle op i eksamen, og det var meget rart. Så man kan lidt hjælpe hinanden på tværs der.
Ja. Måske kan du også lige supplere, Solisa, for jeg tænkte, at du har faktisk ikke boet på kollegiet. Hvordan har det været at tabe ind i det, når man ikke har boet på kollegiet?
Ja, jeg valgte ikke at bo på kollegiet. Det var bare ikke lige mig. Jeg kunne godt lide det der idé om at have mit eget sted ude i byen, jeg ligesom kunne trække mig tilbage til. Men kollegiefesterne er aldrig lukkede fester. Man ved, hvornår de sker, og man smutter bare over, hvis man bor tæt nok på og bliver lukket ind. Altså, så man er slet ikke ude, så når man ikke er på kollegiet. Og så har vi bare mange af de her initiativer, som ligesom forbinder vores 3 klasser. Der er festudvalget. Jeg kører skolebladet. Der er der også nogle K-elever med i fra de forskellige overgange. Så vores kreativitet binder os ligesom sammen på tværs af de 3 klasser.
Ja, det var lidt internt. Vi bruger en del forkortelser her. Men K-eleverne, det er de visuelle HF-eleverne. De hedder 1. K, 2. K og 3. K op fra gymnasiet. Jeg ved ikke, om K står for kreativitet. Det ved jeg. Ja. Kunst måske, ja. Og derudover har vi også bruger vi også lidt i flæng det her med VG, som er Viborg Gymnasium, og så TAW, som er The Animation Workshop. Så hvis I har undret jer undervejs, så det er derfor. Det kører hurtigt ind i måden at tænke på. Yes. Ikke andre flere her i plæne? Jo, du har et mere. Ja, vil du fortælle? Ja, så ja og nej, synes jeg.
Nej. Ja, forstået på den måde, at man kan sige, at den HF-uddannelse, man får, er adgangsgivende, ligesom i helt almindelig HF. Nej, forstået på den måde, at i en traditionel HF, så bliver man typisk splittet op i valgfag, men her i den visuelle, så er valgfagene allerede bestemt fra, man bliver optaget, så man følges sammen med sin klasse hele vejen igennem. Og så indgår man jo i hele det sociale miljø, der er på Viborg Gymnasium, som er et stort gymnasium med næsten 800 elever, hvor der er alt fra traditionel STX til landmænd, også i samarbejde med, der ligger en landbrugsskole heroppe, der hedder Asmild Kloster. Så der er en så stor diversitet af elever, som man så som K-elev kommer til at blive en del af, når man er nede på gymnasiet.
Så tror jeg også, altså det man kan sige, hvor det også er en lille smule anderledes, det er jo det der med, at vi har de her samarbejdsprojekter, hvor man ligesom har det direkte samarbejde, og så tror jeg også, at det er i hvert fald det, jeg sådan har ladet mig fortælle, at nogle af de undervisere, der gerne vil undervise på Visuel HF, er også typisk nogen, som synes, at det er sjovt at arbejde lige præcis med den her målgruppe, og derfor også prøver at flette det ind i undervisningen. Oplever I det? Ja, sådan flette det lidt det visuelle ind i undervisningen en gang imellem.
På gymnasiet, tænker du?
Ja.
Ja, Ja, altså det synes jeg. Jeg synes, de prøver at tage hånd om, at vi Jeg synes, de prøver at tage hånd om, at vi i gang imellem laver nogle sådan kreative opgaver, om det er historie, eller om det er engelsk, eller om det er et eller andet, og prøver at få inddraget. Altså sådan, det er tit bare opsummeringsopgaver, hvor man sådan, i stedet for at skrive noget referat, så kan man lave en eller anden tegning, der har med et eller andet at gøre, eller på en eller anden måde få inkorporeret noget kreativt. Så det synes jeg, de tager hånd om. Og så plejer de også at være meget søde, vores gymnasielærer. Ja.
Ja, det var dejligt. Nu kommer der flere spørgsmål. Ja. Ja, altså vi lægger et skema, så man ved selvfølgelig, hvor man skal møde hen om morgenen. Og det prøver vi også at lægge ud bedst mulig tid. Det kan nogle gange være lidt tæt på, men man har jo så sådan en platform, som hedder Lecture, hvor man kan gå ind og se sit skema, og også se lidt om, hvad det er for en type undervisning, man skal have de forskellige steder. Og den skriver vi også ind i, for at det ikke bliver for forvirrende, at man skal orientere sig 2 steder hen. Ja, det er så lidt an på, hvornår på året du spørger, fordi jeg tror, at schema lægger op hos jer, ligger det lidt forskelligt, hvor langt frem. Vi kender det i hvert fald 3/4 år foran frem, eller sådan noget.
Ja, så kan man sige, at fordi tilrettelæggelsen gentages år efter år, fordi at der ikke er nogen, altså valgfagene er ligesom bestemt på forhånd, så har vi sådan nogenlunde idé om, hvornår de forskellige ting de ligger.
Ja. Yes. Ja.
Er der almindelige HF-klasser også, eller er det her det eneste HF, der er?
Der er også helt almindelige HF-klasser. Der er 4 almindelige HF-klasser deroppe. Og det vil typisk også være sådan, at hvis man søger om optagelse på den visuelle HF, og man ikke bliver optaget, så bliver man også tilbudt, hvis man lever op til de helt almindelige optagelseskrav på HF, så bliver man tilbudt en plads på det, der hedder kunst og design, som er en fagpakke. Men det er jo så en 2-årig uddannelse, og ikke den 3-årige. Men der er det også der, hvor man tager de kunstneriske fag, der er på HF'en, og så det er så det, man vælger til der. Ja.
Ja. Havde du et spørgsmål dernede? Eller du? Nej. Jeg synes bare, du lige havde hånden op. Er der andre, der har et spørgsmål? Ellers så er I jo rigtig, rigtig velkommen. Altså inde på visuelhf.dk, der står både et nummer til mig, men der står også et til studievejlederen op fra, som desværre blev syg i dag. Ja, du har gjort det godt. Men som man også kan kontakte, hvis det er noget af det omkring det her gymnasiefaglige optagelse, der kan man kontakte dem, og man kan også kontakte mig. Jeg er meget velkommen til det omkring alt det, der hedrører her, og optagelsesprøven, den kunstneriske optagelsesprøve. Ja.
Man er også velkommen til at ringe op til gymnasiet, og så lave en aftale, som gerne vil op forbi og kigge derop. Det må man meget gerne. Altså, i morgen der går vi på vinterferie, men efter det, så er vi tilbage.
Ja, til alle jer, som faktisk, til dem af jer, som ikke tænker at søge ind her næste gang, men måske en gang i fremtiden, der er der også nogle brobygningsforløb, man kan følge på de 2 skoler, og man er også velkommen til netop at komme på besøg bare også indimellem. Vi prøver at lægge det, men vi vil gerne samle så meget som muligt, fordi det kan også blive rigtig mange besøg i løbet af et år, men vi er åbne over for at prøve det, og få det til at fungere, hvis man bare lige vil komme og snuse lidt til de forskellige steder. Ja. Altså den her brochure, den ligger lige derhen også. Ja. Ja, og jeg har lige nogle, vi sad nemlig længere nede i den anden ende af gangen her tidligere og fortalte det. Og der har jeg også nogle eksempler med på nogle publikationer, vi har, som jeg lige kan lægge ud her, hvis der er, man lige vil stå og bladre i dem, hvis man ikke har noget at se dem, som nogle af vores elever har lavet. Blandt andet har vores 3. årgang lavet her i november en tegneseriesamling sammen med deres naturfag, hvor Solita faktisk har sat det op, og vi har den i trykken nu, så vi har desværre ikke den med. Men vi har et par andre eksempler fra nogle tidligere årgange. Ja. Ja. Ja.
Hvor meget af undervisningen er bogfagligt, og hvor meget er kreativt?
Altså, hos os på animationsskolen, der er det alt sammen kreativt, kan man sige. Det betyder så ikke, at man aldrig skal læse noget, men man får ikke lektier for på den måde arbejder bogfagligt. Man kan jo søge noget inspiration, hvor man læser noget osv. Men på gymnasiet, tænker jeg... Ja.
Jamen, altså, på HF-delen, der er der også selvfølgelig nogle kreative fag, men der er det jo... Altså, der skal man læse lektier, ligesom som man vil skulle på sådan et helt almindeligt gymnasium. Ja. Der er nogle opgaveløsninger, som der så er en kreativ opgaveløsninger, som vores gymnasielærer er gode til at lave, men der vil være lektier.
Yes. Jamen, så vil jeg bare takke for interessen, når I kom. Og give lyd, hvis det er, I har brug for noget mere, I kommer i tanke om, når I kommer hjem og lige hører om. Så ringer I bare, eller skriver. Det er godt. Tak for nu.